Hello, everyone. My name is GirafaStev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club and the very long and large enjoyer of games, wrestling, the Trixie J's, the great and powerful Trixie J's, I should say, and my stinky cats. And chat, I might actually be cooked. Because yesterday I talked about how the Summer Games Fest didn't really do much for me, and I felt that, you know, maybe I was just falling out of love with gaming. But then I kind of talked myself into thinking, you know,
hello, Mario.
Maybe I'm just into more casual stuff these days, you know? Like, I look at shit like Crossfire and the new Gundam game, and it just doesn't do anything for me. Like, even like the new Resident Evil stuff doesn't like do it for me too much. But then I look at shit like Tomodachi Life, and I'm just like, damn, I want more of that. Crossfire! Unrelated to the board game. No, that's a new Naughty Dog game, or like a new studio made by the, you know, Naughty Dog devs that's making a game called Crossfire. Like, I look at that, I look at, you know, Stranger Than Heaven with its weird use of Tupac, and I'm just like, you know, maybe I'm falling out of love with gaming. But then something was announced today. Something was announced today that really just solidified my place as not being one of the hardcore gamers, you could say. And like many things, that realization comes courtesy of the Moomins. Because this was announced today during the Wholesome Direct 2026, which I didn't even know was a thing. I didn't know this was a thing, Chad, but it is. It's called Moomin Midsummer Madness. And judging from the trailer, I'm just going to say this is the most low-key, chilled-out madness that you could ever hope to have. Also, hi, Bri. Hi, Tom. Hi, Dan. I'm glad that you enjoyed last night's Tomodachi stream. We will be doing more of them. Thanks in special part to a very cool foundation that I'll be partnering with at the end of this month, but I'll tell you guys about that here in a minute. But the moment I saw this trailer, I was like, you know what? I really am just that guy, you know? Like, shit like Crossfire, Stranger Than Heaven. You know, I'm like the Squidward meme. I'm asleep. But the moment where, like, new Moomin game that's essentially Night in the Woods, but if it was a lot more chilled out and laid back, that's real shit. I'm wide awake for that. Here's this. Wait, hold on. There we go. Hello again. Yeah, the warm sun shines down on Moomin Valley. And the sound of summer's first footsteps can be heard around the corner. Soon it will be time for midsummer, and the Moomins are getting ready to celebrate. When out of the blue, everyone fucking drowns. A mighty flood strikes the valley, and the Moomin family is driven away until they discover a mysterious house that's actually a time-worn theater. Join Moomin Troll and Little Mai and their merry friends, including Stuffkin right there, as the curtain lifts on their newest adventure. Like Moomin, Midsummer Madness, and the music's like ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Dude, it's honestly incredible. This overshadows at least like 15 of the trailers that I saw at Summer Games Fest yesterday, you know? And like, as I watch this, I'm just like, you know what? Maybe this is a decent lifestyle. When I don't need much in life, I just need the Moomin Trolls. You know? That's all I need in my life.
Long Boy Club?
Dove celebriamo tutto ciò che riguarda I videogiochi, il wrestling, I moomin, il baseball, il Cheetos e Henry, il gatto puzzolente.
Night. Thank you for your French, brother. But no. You know, I don't know if it's just because I play too many wrestling games on this channel. Good night. But no, I can't say I'll be playing
Italian.
this. It was Italian. Oops, sorry. Sorry. I mean, like, listen, you're over here speaking Italian. I think it's French, and I'm watching a trailer for a game by a Finnish studio. So, you know, my European dialects are a little bit not there. I'm more I'm more English and Spanish. So me gusta los moments. But no, we're gonna be probably not playing this on stream. I'm just trying to make a point here where it's like, you know, maybe I played too many wrestling games. Maybe I've delivered too many heavy loads in, you know, American Truck Simulator. But maybe my tastes have just become way too yuppie.
Brought you AEW Fight Forever comes a new wrestling game. Join GirafaStev and his friends in the new Long Boy game. Long Boy Club Wrestling All Night. Featuring GirafaStev, the Homunculos, Zack, Madam Universe and AU's Hangman Adam Page. Available in 2027.
I'll tell you what, Madam Universe better begin some friggin' royalties for that, because if anyone deserves it, it's absolutely Madam. So you better get in contact with me about that, brother. We are getting that fucking bag. But no. Like, I guess, like, maybe my tastes have just gotten way too yuppie and, like, casual and slowed down in recent times. But, like, I look at stuff like, you know, Crossfire and Stranger Than Heaven, and even to some extent the new Virtua Fighter game, which I'm probably going to get because I want to see what Sega does with that. Like, with the exception of, like, Sonic games and stuff like that, because I'll be perfectly honest, I'm a big Sonic mark. I mean, all of you know this already, but I literally just watched the Summer Games Fest hoping that I would get Sonic, and the moment that I got it, even though it was just, like, you know, more cross-world stuff, like, that was it. I was done, you know? Your Sonic mark? You kept it so subtle and everything. I know, right? I'm very, very good at hiding that part of me. It's honestly a little embarrassing. I try not to flaunt it too much in public, lest I repel people away from me. But, yes, guilty as charged. If I see the trade paperbacks, even if it's out of order, I will buy them because I want to preserve the comics. I play every game physically on the disc. I've watched all the cartoons. I am a slave to this franchise. So, like, that's really the only exception for me in terms of, like, consistent AAA gaming. Worse.
Someone get him 200 cc's of Cheetos, Doritos and Mountain Dew stat.
Oh no, he's rejecting the Doritos. Quick, someone, anyone, put on all 32 iterations of the Best of the Super Juniors at once. We need full saturation for this man right now. Show him Osprey and Ricochet 5 times over at once.
Complete global saturation.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work like that, brother. Sorry. You get to pelt on the invisible model. But no, chat. I did say the Trixie J's earlier, and I was just kind of like thinking about no selling the concussion. I'm immune, brother. Here, Wii U music. Why not? Rest in peace, Scott LaWaz. Here is the Trixie J's. I bought these, you know, like a couple years. Actually, no, I bought them last year when me and my friend from work went to the final BabsCon. Like, him and I were getting, like, you know, Jordans that were reminiscent of the, you know, pony characters that we like. I found ones that reminded me of Trixie. These are the ones, so I bought them. And he bought ones that made him think of Pinkie Pie, so he bought those. And, you know, I was thinking about these, you know, just today because, you know, it's been about a year and some change since my last HorseCon. And by last HorseCon, I mean, like, my very last one. I'm probably not going to go to another one, but I still have these. Watch out, Stev. The spot might appear and try to crease your J's. I mean, creasy J's is actually what I was going to talk about.
Father, are you saying you were a brony?
I'm saying that I was. I still like the show, you know? Like, it gives me a sense of comfort. But, you know, calling myself a brony implies that I'm still involved in that space. And I'm not really. But funnily enough, the longer I've stuck around VTubing, the more I've learned that the Venn diagram between becoming a VTuber and being, or, you know, at one time being a brony, that Venn diagram is a circle, you know? Like, if you're a VTuber, especially one of my style, you were a brony at some point, or you are currently one. You know? Like, now maybe you haven't been to horse conventions. What other family-friendly franchise interests are you hiding from us? Well, you know, I told you all about my new Moomin fixations. Let's see here. Well, let's see here. I'm a big fan of Gundam. Or at least, like, I have an interest in Gundam. I like Baldur's Gate. Famously family-friendly stuff. Also, yeah, horse conventions exist. They're called horse races. Not horse racists. Let's keep that out of there. We call that mare fair. But anyways, Reverse Flash be like, it was me, Barry. I'm the one who creased your J's. Make you feel so devastated that you'd be at least 3 seconds slower. Give me enough time to kill your mother. Dude, he fucking creased the Trixie J's specifically. And that pissed me off because I'm pretty sure that these cost like over $100, right? And this is like the only pair of J's I own. I don't plan on getting like another pair, but you know, I have it. And thinking about them made me think of like, you know, Jordans in sports games, right? Because Jordans and modern sports games, they're like cheese and wine, you know, like they go together. Even if they don't always go together. Because, truth be told, Chad, I've been playing a lot of the, you know, like modern baseball games, the MLB The Show game. And in the game, you could put Jordan branded cleats on your player, right? I mean, you have to unlock them, but you can put them on your character. And thinking about the cleats in that game and also just the ubiquity of Jordans in basketball and stuff like that.
Step on up and see if you can throw a giant
hold on.
ring around a long boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen. Step on up. Come on. Let's go. Hurry.
Ah, you suck, bro.
Ah, you missed. Or maybe you didn't. You owe me $10 either way.
But no. What was I fucking saying? Oh yeah, that's right. I think about the Jordans in sports games, including wrestling games, and the more that I play, you know, the baseball game and just think about, you know, Jordans in basketball, the more I think to myself, you know, why are there Jordans at WWE 2K games? Because out of all of the sports games out there, I struggle to think of one that is more ill-fitting for Jordans than pro wrestling. You know? Like, I mean, you know, like they're they're commonplace in basketball. In fact, they kind of like introduce them to the wider culture. And in baseball, like you have ones that are specifically designed for baseball, you know. But in terms of wrestling, I feel like you would just get those things scuffed within like the first 5 moves. Like every single bump you take, the value of your J's diminishes, you know? And like by the end of the match, you're gonna fucking just, I mean, you're not gonna be able to sell them. You're not gonna be able to wear them, like without getting pointed and laughed at. Like, there's just no reason to wear J's. In wrestling, I should say. There's no reason to wear J's in wrestling. I just think that's goofy as fuck, you know? Which is all the more confusing as to why they're unlockables in the island. Like, you're going through all of this effort to unlock the most ill-fitting shoes for wrestling, you know? Like, I don't want J's when I'm taking bumps. I want my fucking wrestling boots that are designed to withstand the bumps, you know? You would have to take them off during entrances so you don't screw them up. Exactly! Like, you're literally going, like, the only wrestler that could wear Jordans is Mike Bailey. Because Mike Bailey would take them off before the match. Because that's his whole thing. He doesn't wear boots. He has kick guards in order to maximize his, like, Taekwondo technique. Presumably. Right? They would look good on one man and one man only, and that is Mike Bailey. And the only reason it would look good on Mike Bailey is because he takes them off. You know? I never understood how wrestlers could wrestle barefoot. You should ask Speedball that. I'm sure they would give you an incredible answer. Jey Uso versus Jacob Fatu in a Jordans on a pole match. Dude, that's gonna be at the next WrestleMania for sure. The same one main evented by Logan Paul and Mr. Beast. Probably extremely callous to the point of numbness. I mean, like, you're taking bumps and you're scraping them against the canvas. Like, I would have to imagine that, like, that all the nerve endings in Mike Bailey's feet by the time they're gonna be retired are just fully numb, you know? Well, Riddle claims he can't feel his feet. Well, he can't really feel his brain either because he's a fucking idiot. But I would probably, I'd probably believe him there. You know, Speedball might actually answer. Dude, he probably would.
A cool, refreshing sip of water.
Honestly, if you added them, they would probably, like, you know, give you an answer. I'm not gonna at them, though, because I'm on Blue Sky. I don't think they're on Blue Sky, anyways. WWE fumbled a lot. Riddle wasn't one of them. No, he was not. And now he's in MLW, which is apparently doing its weekly stuff again, which maybe I should check it out. I never understood how wrestlers could wrestle barefoot. Yeah, they're probably extremely callous to the point of numbness. WWE's next storyline will focus on Jey Uso's J's stolen and replaced with fakes by Jacob Fatu. Dude, is it gonna be like how fucking Eggman snuck into Sonic's home and replaced his shoes with slowdown sneakers? Oh no, Jay has the fake J's, and his power level is like cut in half. How will he ever defeat Jacob Fatu in tribal combat with the fake J's? More importantly, why is the CEO of 2K and WWE 2K26? Because we live in a very unserious game industry. You'd think 2K would have wrestling gear maker sponsors, but I guess they're all bespoke to one wrestler only or made in-house. Yeah, like, I can't imagine there's, like, too many manufacturers that are, like, mass-producing them, you know? But they're individuals and not companies like Nike. Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of them are, like, tailor-made for that wrestler, you know? I mean, they kind of have to be, considering, like, you know, the kinds of things they're doing, you know? I would not want my tights to be manufactured by, like, Adidas, you know? I feel like that is just asking for, like, wardrobe malfunctions. This wardrobe malfunction is sponsored by Nike. But yeah, hold on, WWE Fun with a Lot, Riddle isn't one of them. No. Wardrobe malfunctions and royalties split between Maker and WWE with none for you. Exactly. Exactly, like you wouldn't even get paid to show your ass on TV. I mean, usually, like, you have to pay for that on OnlyFans, but if you're in WWE and you're wearing Adidas gear, then your big dick and balls will just slip out of there, and you won't even get compensated for that. WWE will probably have a Jordans versus Jordans match with the loser having to surrender their J's. I mean, like, do they have to wrestle in the J's? Because if they have to wrestle in the J's, then that would probably kind of defeat the purpose of, you know, the whole thing. Like by the end of the match, the winner is the loser, because by the end of that match, they get, like, Jordans that they can't even resell at a markup. Like, no one's gonna buy them because they've been scuffed by the canvas. But no, that was, like, my mini rant on, you know, Jordans in sports games specifically. I don't get it, is what I'm saying. I never really understood sneaker collections. I only ever had 3 at a time. One for work, one for dress, and boots. I mean, like, I kind of understand in terms of, like, a fashion kind of sort of perspective, but I'm a simple guy, you know? I'm a simple guy. I throw on tennis shoes. I don't know how to really, you know, tie my fucking Jordans without, you know, without ruining them. I'm a very normal, plain Jane dude, you know? That being said, I do have a preferred type of shoe, and it's the Nike Freeforms, I believe is what they're called. Here, hold on, I'm gonna look it up here real fast. Nike Free. Yeah, the Nike Free Run. Like, these shoes right here are my favorite shoes I've ever worn. They are the absolute best.
Spoiler alert, my favorite part of the amazing digital circus The Last Act was when Pomni was rescued from the back rooms by the Mandalorian and He-Man.
Would she need rescue from the back rooms, or can she just take care of herself? No, I look at her, she absolutely would, honestly. I mean, the Mandalorian and He-Man definitely sounds like a weird pairing, so had me going for a second there.
Hello, Mario.
Kick Grogu like a football with these shoes, specifically. Had me going for a second there. I legitimately thought for a second, Dan, that you were gonna fucking, like, start spoiling the Amazing Digital Circus. I mean, like, I wouldn't necessarily care because I haven't watched any of it. So, like, I would probably just be sitting here like, welp. I will forget this in 10 minutes time. You know? I will forget it in 10 minutes. But no, I love these shoes the most. I'm working a new job and I literally just, like, you know, got these ones here to start with it. No, I promised the fish I wouldn't spoil anything. Oh, what, the fish fucking voiced by, Zach Hadel? Which is still crazy to me that Zach Hadel is in, you know, the Amazing Digital Circus. Also, hi, Whoops. How you doing tonight? I was worried of spoilers when a Glitch announced their theater plans, but it seems like the benefits outweigh the cons. I mean, anything to beat Scary Movie, brother. Oops, I said too much. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a spoiler that Zach Hadel voices a fish, you know? I mean, now I'm thinking, well, damn, I need to watch the episode where Zach Hadel voices the fish. Especially now that Smiling Friends is over. Like, how else am I gonna get his fucking style of, like, weirdness? So... But no, chat, we are gonna get into some more SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 stuff tonight. We're gonna structure things a little differently this time. With bad news, it turns out Scary Movie 6 is actually topping the box office this weekend. Well, you know, I will not be seeing it, so, you know, I could just pretend it doesn't exist. I could just pretend it does not exist. But no, chat. Before we get into tonight's festivities, I do want to make a quick announcement right before we start the ad break, and that is something I've been wanting to be a part of for the past 2 years. I've unfortunately not been able to because of work-related stuff, but I am very happy to say this, that I will be taking part in Vtuber SummerSlam 2026 in support of Gamers Outreach, which is a charity that helps provide video games and, you know, like other kinds of entertainment to children that are stuck in the hospital. I will be streaming for the event on June 22nd through 27th, right here on Twitch for Team Sandy. I'm still working out a few of the, you know, like incentives and goals, but I can at least tell you that most of the dono benchmarks that I've got, they involve the homunculus, and they involve things I've been wanting to do with him for quite some time, ever since, like, we streamed Animal Crossing a couple years ago. I've been wanting to do a couple of new things with him. Primarily, new costumes and new voices for him as well. So yeah, we're going to be working towards that. Hopefully you all can fucking join me on June 22nd through 27th right here on Twitch. I will be announcing incentives here soon, within the next few days. Hopefully at some point next week, I would probably say. And yeah, I'm really excited to be working with fucking Gamers Outreach on this. Again, I've been wanting to for at least 2 years. But
Hello, Mario.
Finally, I found the time to actually join in on SummerSlam here. So yeah, come and join me for that, and maybe donate as well. You know, again, I'll be putting, you know, the goals and incentives stuff up here within the next few days. I'm still brainstorming a couple things, but it should be very fun. And I have a very special stream idea planned for it, involving SummerSlam itself. Not like this year's SummerSlam, but more like SummerSlam Sims in wrestling games. So yeah, we're going to be doing that. And you guys should fucking join me for it. Anyways, yes, we are going to start tonight's stream here. Give me just a second. We're going to run the ads.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
The primitive beauty, grace, and mysterious ways of animals have fascinated us ever since we were children. And now, through the captivating, colorful pages of Zoo Books, the publication especially created for young readers, your child will visit steamy jungles and grassy plains, the dark depths of the oceans, and the frozen Arctic wilderness, to meet and learn surprising facts about the magnificent animals that live there. They'll discover the secrets of solitary predators and the strategies of hunting packs. Find out that sharks don't have a single bone in their body. And be amazed to learn that the largest animal in the world, the whale, survives by eating the smallest living organisms.
I've always had zoo books. Ever since I was little, I loved looking at the pictures. But now that I'm older, I use them to write school reports. They're cool.
Every issue of Zoo Books is packed with breathtaking full-color photos and scientifically accurate illustrations, and written so that the words and pictures work together to make reading and learning a fun experience. Your child will look forward to Zoo Books' monthly games and puzzles, and while they're playing, they're learning important concepts, building their vocabulary.
I use Zoo Books in my 3rd grade class and at home. My kids love them. Zoo Books make learning exciting and fun.
Right now, through this exclusive TV offer, you can get 12 fascinating issues of Zoo Books for the special low price of $19.95. What's more, call within the next 20 minutes and use your credit card, and we'll include this informative, fun-to-read issue dedicated to the largest of all land animals, the elephant. Yours absolutely free. Plus, as a special bonus, you'll get this colorful collection of animal stickers and this cool tiger poster that'll delight any youngster. So order Zoo Books now and send learning and fun to a child you love.
Reading was boring, but then I got zoo books. They're great. I can't wait till I get the next month's issue and find out what the new animal is.
212 fascinating issues of Zoo Books for the unbelievable price of $19.95. Call 1-800-441-2400. Remember, call within the next 20 minutes and we'll include the bonus elephant issue, stickers, and tiger poster absolutely free. You must be 18 years of age or older to call.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Thank you, Dan. Welcome back to Raw. We are going to be doing SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 season mode. Last time we were here, we did bragging rights, which we kind of just molded into our own little show because it was really, really bad. So we did that, and we skipped ahead to Survivor Series. Hold on. Wow. Excuse me. And in Survivor Series, it looks a lot more like a traditional pay-per-view, honestly. Like, this right here is peak what is the point of Survivor Series type beat going on right here. Because we have 6 matches on the card, as always. We have Chavo Guerrero versus R-Truth for the U.S. title. And then R-Truth is going to stay right in the ring as he tags with John Morrison to once again face the Raging Climax in Ricky Steamboat and the Sexayete. And then we have Sheamus defending his first of 2 titles tonight against Drew McIntyre in the Intercontinental Championship. We have a Divas title match here. It's Melina, Natalia, and Maurice. The WWE Championship, which is Batista versus TODO Americano. And then in the main event, it is an Inferno match. The bane of Sheamus's existence as he defends the World Heavyweight title against CM Punk. It's honestly, if I'm being honest, a bit of a mid-show because we're seeing 2 of the same matches on here for like the 3rd time in 3 months. So if I could spice them up a little bit, I'm absolutely going to try and do that. Because, holy shit, this game loves putting the Shamans of Truth against the Raging Climax. But first, we have Chavo Guerrero versus R-Truth. And honestly, part of me is hoping that friggin' R-Truth can win this. But I also wouldn't mind it if Chavo kept it up for just a little bit longer. Because like it or not, he is the one that we've kind of built from the ground up. And at this point, he's also been holding this belt for, I think, about 5 months at this point. So yeah, we're going to see how that shakes out here. Hold on, did I select Chavo as like my player character? Because I'm not trying to like play as anyone here. I'm not trying to play as anyone here. I just want to watch the match. All right. It's Survivor Series, y'all. Let's fucking do this shit. Oh no, I know exactly what's about to happen here.
The following contest is for the United States Championship.
Will R-Truth be a double champ himself by the time it's done here?
From Charlotte, North Carolina, weighing 235 pounds, R-Truth.
Notably not one half of the tag team champions, according to Tony Chimmel. But no, thank you for that, Dan. That was very cool of you. I know you've been getting a lot of mileage out of those font generators lately, so. Ooh.
I'm ready for this. What's going on here?
That's what plays in their head when he attacks like that.
This is it. These two superstars will test each other.
That right there is what plays in his head when he attacks. Oh shit! Dude, immediately!
I think he's through playing around.
I think he's through playing around!
Move by the champ.
Dude, that might be it. Come on, Chavo.
For joining us at November's longest-running sports entertainment event, the Survivor Series. King
It is the Survivor Series.
to do is pick up the. I think it's safe to
What
say,
the?
King, that he's
Oh, okay. Well, he got out of there.
brutal assault before the match started.
Okay. I've never seen that move before. I gave Chavo a submission move. Apparently, there's no lasso from El Paso in this game, which is what I want to give him. But they didn't have it, so I gave him something that looked devastating, just, you know, on its face. It's apparently like it's like a glam slam into like a surfboard sort of thing, it looks like. I don't quite know, but like I looked at that, it reminded me of the Gory Bomb. So like out of all of the submission moves that we had on offer, that one seemed like, you know, the best option. Anyways, Chavo is just going to town here to start this one off.
The United States Championship has been held by no fewer than a dozen WWE Hall of Famers.
He's just freaking battering R-Truth around here, just giving him those big freaking tilt-a-whirl backbreakers.
Begins the count, but he continues to apply the pressure. And he breaks the hold. I guess he wants to try something else.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Chavo was fine with just, you know, cheesing the count right there, because
With the championship at stake, you know,
I mean, like he's going into this, you know, like as the champ, so Strider theme, absolutely, brother. I may not play MVC3 anymore, but I enjoy the music a lot. I played it like years and years ago, so
goes behind.
can never go wrong with Capcom music. Absolutely not.
R-Truth.
All right, R-Truth's kind of fighting back here with a big old suplex right there. But can he keep the pressure up? Can he keep the hurt up on old Chavito Heat?
Sharp elbow drop.
Because for months, Chavo's been unstoppable as the U.S. champion.
Squeezing down on the head. Watch it. That was like a freight train. Oh.
Just stomping away at Chavo, but Chavo with the eye rake there.
The United States Championship is on the
Oh, hold on. Dude with a big old snap suplex of his own. Okay, Chavo thinks that might be it. Hold on.
his opponent right here.
1, 2.
Still two.
Oh, really? Dude, R-Truth wants to lead this. Dude, he wants to lead this as a double champion.
These superstars
He's looking at Sheamus and he's like, I want that too. And he thinks that little Jimmy can hold at least one of the 3 belts that he could be holding here tonight. I mean, little Jimmy's a growing boy. He has the fucking, you know, like upper body strength in order to hold 10 pounds of gold. There you go. Never mind. Chavo once again retains, but, you know, to his credit, R-Truth put up quite a fight there. He did not, he did not tap out to the friggin' submission hold there. And Chavo continues to be the U.S. champion right here, chat. His reign is truly monstrous. It could probably rival, you know, at this point, it could probably rival that of Jack Swagger's. That piece of shit who's no longer in this promotion. Probably slumming it up in 5-star wrestling or whatever the heck it's called. I mean, that was the promotion, right, chat? I'm not like misremembering anything, right? It's been quite a few years since, okay, yeah. I still, dude, I find it hilarious that Jack Swagger was the last champion in 2 defunct promotions, in both that and Lucha Underground. Although apparently Lucha Underground is making a comeback, Jack on his way to shit up Lucha Underground to his death. Well, it's a good thing we got TODO Americano now. Honestly, a much better substitution. I cannot believe that Ricky Steamboat and the Sexayete are both chomping at the bit to become US champion. I am so happy about this. This eternal fucking match right here, where it's the Shamans of Truth taking on the Raging Climax. Lucha Underground might just be a YouTube channel. Oh, is that what the rumor is? Or I love that Sexayete is one of the 2 OCs that's been a regular fixture. Listen, man, they want the Yeti, you know, they want to feel Sexay with him, like the captain. Here, we're just gonna have the momentum bar charge speed be fast. Finisher match. Perform finisher to win. Sure you want to exit? Yes, I want to exit, brother. Hopefully this will make the match go by a little quicker, but we'll see. I know, like, they want to meet the Yeti and get sexy with him, brother. I mean, that's what it's all about.
The following tag team contest is scheduled for one fall.
I enjoy Morrison with these titles at the very least.
From Los Angeles, California, weighing 220 pounds, John Morrison.
Even if Tony Schimmel doesn't acknowledge them. To him, the Unified Tag Team Championships do not exist. Another Lucha Underground staple in Johnny Mundo. And once again, another Lucha Underground staple in R-Truth right here.
Charlotte, North Carolina, weighing 235.
I hope he comes back in the Revival chat. Along with who I believe was, you know, the Lucha Underground general manager, Ricky Steamboat. Truth wasn't in LU. Sure he was, I said it. I said he was, so it must be right.
The challengers
I love how, like, ever since these two won these belts for the first time, they just constantly, like, they just constantly been a fixture here. You're absolutely right. All it took was Ricky Steamboat, and then he finally got over. All this LU talk is amusing me, considering we just got to the point in LU on Superkick where Chavo's no longer with them. Yeah, he came back to WWE and won the US title, brother, don't you know? Someone has to come over here and take over, you know, Jack Swagger's spot now that he's over, you know, in California shitting it up. But no, I'm gonna be honest, chat. I am negative excited for this. We've seen this like 4 times now, and I would just like to see something else if that's okay.
Tag team match is so volatile, it could explode into an all-out riot.
Although I can't really, like, I mean, I can't really, you know, criticize it too much because in my TEW save, I have a couple matches that I just can't help but keep booking, and one of them is the Hardys versus Heart of Darkness, which is Abyss and Delirious in TNA. Because, like, I look at Abyss and Delirious and I'm like, you know, that makes sense to me. And so I paired them up. And now they are former NWA Tag Team Champions.
Oh, and he lands that one right to the head.
And I also added Raven to their lineup as well. So Heart of Darkness is a faction now in my TEW save. It is comprised of Abyss, Delirious, Raven, and Father James Mitchell. Which, let me ask you, son, chat, would you watch that kind of faction? Because honestly, I would. That sounds awesome as fuck.
Morrison going to the top, and this is where he's so dangerous.
Plus, I don't know if it's just me, chat, but booking Abyss well is hard. Like, it honestly is kind of hard, especially when I'm trying to make TNA into a work rate promotion.
Just raw, unmitigated.
I mean, it's in the title. It's total non-stop action. So, like, I'm over here, I'm trying to, like, make this a work rate promotion, you know?
And now he's back out on the apron.
Essentially making it like AEW in the 2000s. Essentially making it like AEW, but if it was in the 2000s and had a massive hard-on for fucking All Japan stars. At least you're struggling, honestly, and not because you turned him into a gigantic fucking idiot. Dude, he's honestly just kind of hard. Because I'm scared of giving him the title, because if I do, and he loses it, all of his aura goes away. You know? But I just feel like putting him with guys like, you know, Raven and Delirious and Father James Mitchell, it makes him like, you know, like a fucking ace in the hole. You know? It's a perfect faction dynamic. Like, you have the charismatic frontman in Raven. You have the puppet master in Father James Mitchell. You have like the weirdo technician in Delirious. And you have just like the friggin' like problem solver, the equalizer, the man that gets shit done, Abyss.
Steamboat always filled with emotion and passion for our business.
It's the monster dilemma. You want to keep them strong, but the monster has to lose eventually. He does have to lose eventually, but like, you know, by keeping him in a faction, I can at least make his losses hurt him less, you know?
Oh, what's gonna happen here?
I don't know, Chad. I mean, like, the more I play TW, the more I look at the more I look at, you know, actual promotions, and I'm like, damn, this is hard. This is very, very hard, honestly. Just like pushing guys that you want and keeping everyone happy and making sure that mid-carders stay in people's minds and they don't just like fall out of favor, you know?
And he finally gets out of the ring.
But no, that's also why I put, you know, Abyss and Delirious in a tag team. So that way, if he has to lose, then Delirious can you know, take the pin. and it won't hurt Abyss as much. Because Abyss, he rarely gets pinned. And meanwhile, Delirious, he has taken a lot of pins lately. Honestly, I will pop very hard if the Sexayete and John Morrison. Actually, no. If Ricky Steamboat and the Sexayete both win the titles back. Oh my god, dude. Are there any technical wrestlers that are actually technicians outside of the ring? The closest I can think of is like Spike Dudley, who's like, what is he now? Is he like an accountant? Like, Spike Dudley was like not really much of a technician. He wasn't really much of anything, if I'm being honest. He was kind of more of a, you know, kind of more of a prop in and of himself, you know? What the? Hey, what? No! Oh my god, what? The Raging Climax has reached its peak! They have finally left the bed, chat. Ricky Steamboat and the Sexayete are no more. What? Whoops, you shouldn't have said anything.
I had a feeling this match would implode.
The post-nut clarity has hit the Sexayete. Dude, you're so post-nut clarity? That's sick as fuck. Wow. Dude, imagine if Ricky Steamboat still wins this.
Morrison might be out of this one.
Well then who is his tag partner gonna be? I don't know if he can win this one. He might just have to lose. Hold on.
Cover here.
One, two. Wow. Dude. Well, I got egg on my face. We just saw the biggest tag team breakup yet. We did want something to spice this match up. We did. Like, is there a wrestler I could call if I need someone that can look at my electrical wiring? Have you checked the New Generation era? Because you might find someone there. By the way, Seth, this is my 32nd stream in the streak. Dan. Thank you. I didn't think that my stream was worth showing up for 32 times in a row, but you know what? I appreciate it anyway. What the Hard Dynasty? No! Dude, not only have we had a tag team breakup, but it looks like we've had a heel turn in the Hart Dynasty here tonight. Dude, we're gonna get the same goddamn match again. We're gonna get this match again, dude. Okay, well, we need to see it again. Why Sexayete? Why? Why Tyson Kidd? Oh my god, they're all in shared accommodation in this dilapidated house over here. The Sexayete, David Hart Smith, and Tyson Kidd have all turned their backs on the WWE fans here tonight. Wow. So wait, hold on. Is the Raging Climax no longer a thing? What? Huh? Hold on. So apparently there's still a team? No. That doesn't make any sense, dude. Okay, well, how about this? We got Ricky Steamboat right here. Enemies with the Sexayete. Before Brock Lesnar punts me into a coma for a few months and breaks the streak. Oh, well, hopefully that doesn't happen anytime soon. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, didn't they win the match? I'm sorry. What? Okay, we need to dissect this. Okay, we have to dissect this. I need to put on the dissection music here. So, in this match, nothing makes sense now. Because after this match, we have 3 heel turns, right? We have the Sexayete, David Hart Smith, and Tyson Kidd all turning heel. And despite this, the Ragey Climax is still a team, with the Sexayete and Ricky Steamboat still in there. Not only that, but this match says that the Shamans of Truth won the match, right? And yet, despite that, the Raging Climax are still the tag team champions. What? Nothing makes sense anymore, chat. Maybe, you know what? Maybe this is like the 2010 WWE tag scene. Just shit happens and we just gotta deal with it. Stuff just happens and we have to deal with it. You know? I'm pretty sure the post-nut clarity wore off, guys. I'm more confused than ever. So do we gotta vacate the tag titles, or I don't know if I can. Hold on. Where's Ricky? What? Okay, hold on. Well, this says, okay. All right, now I'm even more confused because even though it says that they're still the tag team champions here, if you go into their profile, they don't have the belts. Okay, but R-Truth and John Morrison have the titles though in the character screen. What the actual hell is going on here, dude? I think this is one interesting bug, dude. Dude, I don't know what to do about that. Hold on. I think you're right. We do need to vacate the titles. Hold on. I don't even know if I can. I cannot vacate these titles. I cannot vacate the titles here, chat. We're just gonna have to deal with it. You know what? Maybe WWE.com hasn't quite updated it yet. I think we need to move on to the next match, and then when we're done there, maybe then it will update. It's fine. We'll just move on. We'll focus on Sheamus and Drew McIntyre in a one-on-one match for the Intercontinental Championship. I think we gotta have the momentum bar charge speed at low. A 20 count? No exiting the ring. No, we'll have a 10 count there. In a standard match with slow momentum, we have Sheamus, the Intercontinental Champion, in this first of 2 matches tonight, going up against Drew McIntyre. I mean, I will say, dude, big ol' props to like R-Truth for retaining the belts here, presumably, or maybe he didn't, dude. I mean, who's really to say? The unpaid intern at fucking WWE.com, dude, is falling asleep at the wheeljack.
Approaching the ring.
Stuff just happens and we have to deal with it. Every WWE fan in 2026.
The Celtic Warrior, Sheamus.
I don't know why he doesn't come out with both of his belts, chat. It's weird. Man, chat, this right here is... I mean, this right here is like a peek into the future, honestly. Because I'm pretty sure that they would go one-on-one for this belt like at least once. Or at the very least they would be in the same match. Man, I always forgot how comedically small the belts are in this game. You're very, very right, brother. You're so right. They look like merchandise stand belts with like the Velcro strap.
That's the prize they're going after right there.
All right. Sheamus and Drew McIntyre. This one should be a banger. After banger, after banger. But from the looks of you, it's more like burger after burger after burger. All right, hold on. We need to put on music now.
And the boot connects with the abdomen. Oh, geez.
No, we'll do Spider-Man here. Why not?
Oh.
All right, big ol' uppercut for Drew. Sheamus very notably did not have to defend the Intercontinental Championship last month at Bragging Rights because of the 3-on-3 brand warfare matches.
What must be going through Sheamus's mind right
Which
now?
like I can't even remember the
Hello, Mario.
I forgot how babyface Drew looked in this game. It's like looking at a totally different person, dude. Like you look at Drew here with his clean-shaven face and his ponytail with the odd physics, and then you look at him now, and it's just like these are two different people, you know.
Drew McIntyre from behind.
At least in this game, he doesn't have the Confederate gear.
Did you see the neck snap back? Sheamus.
Forgot how maximum spider web swing. You like that? I'm surprised, dude. I'm surprised that you haven't like done this before. I played this music several times on stream. Maybe it's the first time you're here for it. I don't know.
Without question, there's no doubt about how prestigious the Intercontinental Championship is here.
Young, lean, clean-cut Drew as opposed to the monster that he's become. Dude, he looks like a baby in this. It's weird as fuck, but it looks like he might defeat Sheamus because he's taking it to him right now, honestly. He is absolutely taking it to Sheamus right now. Okay, hold on.
When I look at Sheamus, I just see that.
You know, when you look in the ring, you could call this a Eurocontinental title match because this is a very European matchup, I have to say. Between the presence of Sheamus and Drew. Like, this was a time before, like, both of these guys were super beloved, too. Especially Sheamus, you know?
Sheamus has the headlock. High knee. Now with complete control. And that one hurt his knee.
Like, you look at this match and, like, you think about where these guys are now, and it's like, damn.
What a suplex.
This match now would probably bang super hard. I mean, it did kind of bang hard at Mania like a few years ago. People were already sick of Sheamus like a year in LMAO. I mean, here's a question, Woobs. Would you watch this? Are you sick of Sheamus? Because I'm not, but damn, Drew is treating it like he's sick of Sheamus right now. Jeez! What, dude, Michinoku driver. Wow.
Drew McIntyre.
A new Intercontinental Champion. I would watch this match at any point. And no, Sheamus has been relieved of one of his 2 titles, as Drew McIntyre has become the new Intercontinental Champion.
Drew McIntyre.
And no. Well, there you go. The era of Sheamus 2 belts has not lasted long here on SmackDown, unfortunately. It only lasted about 2 months, and that's probably only because he didn't defend 2 of the belts last month. Alright, hold on. All right, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna save to see if it changed anything on the screen. Because it is very confusing, the state of the tag titles right now. Dude, I just saved twice in a row. Why do I need to do it again? Blazing fast storage right here. New champion, Drew McIntyre has won the Intercontinental Championship. Okay, yeah, the tag titles are broken, chat. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna do this real fast, okay? We're gonna do this real quick. I guess they don't have the titles now, chat. That match did not count, apparently. That fucking last match did not count. We'll strike it from the friggin' record books there. Alright, cool. Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to do that. Instead, I would like to do something like this. Alright? Follow me here, okay? I'll change the rules. I'm gonna be on Survivor Series now. It's gonna be Terry Funk taking on Chris Masters for the Hardcore Championship right here tonight. Until Raw gets a new Divas title match, I feel like we need to just replace some stuff. In fact, if we have to run back Shamans of Truth and the goddamn Raging Climax next month, then I'm just gonna replace that match too. I will replace that match as well. It's First Blood. It's Chris Masters defending his title against Terry Funk. Alright, hold on just a second. There you go.
The following contest is
I changed the rules. I'm on Survivor Series going for the Hardcore title now.
to make his opponent bleed. And it's for the Hardcore Championship. And introducing the challenger.
Dude, Terry Funk walks with like a slight limp.
Double Cross Ranch, Amarillo, Texas, weighing in at 247 pounds, Terry Funk.
Big old respect. Hey, Bobby, I'm gonna kick your ass if you don't give me that goddamn title belt. I've changed the rules. I'm Bobby Hill's dad now. Alright, cool. And now we have Chris Masters right here with his hardcore title.
The Hardcore Champion, Chris Masters.
I cannot lie, chat. This belt on Chris Masters it's making me feel some things. They're not great things, but they're making me feel things. This feels like inappropriate, you know? This feels like very inappropriate, just having him wear this belt. Like, when I think of hardcore wrestlers, of course, I think of Chris Masters. But to be fair, he did shut me up last month because he defended the belt against Rob Van Dam in a unification match with the $1 Million title. And he put Rob Van Dam through a lot of stuff. He broke ladders on him. He sent him through multiple tables. Chris Masters in his Don Callis family member era. Oh no, don't make him like Kevin Knight, please. Listen, man, I'm a big Don Callis family truther, okay?
Oh boy.
But when I saw that,
Should be an outstanding match.
that they've just put him in with the family. I'm like, dude, out of all of the guys on AEW's roster that need to be in the family, Kevin is at the very bottom of that list. He does not need the Don Callis family. I think heels should be allowed to not be in the Don Callis family. Yes, exactly, because it just makes things feel homogenized. You know? It just feels lazy. Like, Kevin does not need a mouthpiece. He has proven himself to not need it, you know?
Oh, that did it. Oh, right to the gut. Uh-oh.
And honestly, I feel that you can, like, push a feud between him and Mike Bailey at least to one pay-per-view. You know? The same way that the conglomeration does not need any more people. I mean, the conglomeration kind of... I feel like kind of having, like, satellite members of that faction at least makes more sense. Because, lore-wise, it isn't like they're being paid more to be in that faction. They're just a bunch of buddies, you know? I don't know, I kind of like the idea of a faction that's, like, friends with everyone, you know?
That shut down the hardcore legend. When you're as strong as Chris Masters is,
but like, you know, like, you know, I'm delivering it in such a way to where it's like, okay, well, Kevin Knight is with, you know, is being paid by fucking Don Callis, like he's paying half of the heels on the roster. It just feels kind of lazy, you know?
oh man,
Is this the Survivor streaming series?
look at this.
I mean, it's definitely a series. Are we the GirafaStev family? You're the fucking Longboy family, brother.
Hard kick to the ribs. The neck isn't supposed to be
I don't know. I don't enjoy having a family named after me. I'm not nearly that. I'm not that important or presumptuous about myself. You know.
Took his head off with that lariat. Terry Funk.
Wait, hold on.
Oh my, there's the submission hold. He's in the
Oh my! I'd be happy if Terry Funk won this belt here.
This has become an international phenomenon, and the WWE Universe is watching in places like the United Kingdom. All of Funk.
Hell yes, I was built to be one of the heavy goons of the faction. Will Smith, what are we? Some kind of long boy club?
Funk.
Zooms in, starts playing one of Will Smith's songs over the credits. and then it cuts to the credits.
After all these shots to the head, I've got a feeling that Soup's going to be on his diet for the foreseeable future.
Hell yes, I was built to be one of the heavy goons in a faction.
The match is over.
How do you feel about me being... Dude, how do you feel about, you know, me having a faction that you're in? Whoops. Personally, I'm honored that you would... I changed the rules. I'm the hardcore champion now. Oh, he's already wearing the belt, dude.
hardcore champion.
This makes sense to me.
Terry Funk.
Oh my gosh, new champion. And will things in the WWE ever be the same again?
This makes sense to me, honestly. Oh, and he doesn't have the belt now. Great. Holy shit! I fucking killed that son of a bitch, Chris Masters. Oh, he's gooshin'. Dude, he just, like, died right there. That's insane. Well, I guess congrats to Chris Masters on holding the championship for as long as he did, but now it's over. Boy, this club certainly has some long boys. Miles Teller, Reed Richards. Say that again. It's got some long boys in it. It sure does. And then it cuts the credits. I'll tell you what, bud, you're putting in a lot of trailer moments in there. Alright, chat. Just a moment of truth here. Let's see Terry Funk with that shiny belt. There he is. He's got the hardcore championship, just like we always wanted. You know what? No. R-Truth and friggin' John Morrison won these belts. I'm gonna give them to him. I'm gonna give them to them. R-Truth wrestled 2 matches and he didn't do that just to have the match not count. What is happening here? No. Dude, what is happening here? Okay, well, hold on. I gotta give the belts to Jizz real fast if this is the case. Are the tag belts just glitched now? This is wild, LMAO. Dude. What? Okay, I guess they are the tag team champions. Now and into perpetuity. Okay, well in our heart of hearts, these two are the tag team champions. We saw it with our own 2 fingers right there. We saw it with our own 2 fingies right there. Even if the history books here say otherwise, we saw them win the titles. Maybe a quick restart after Survivor Series. I think that's fair. But first, chat, the storm has arrived. We have no choice. We have we have to see this through, chat. It is Batista versus TODO AMERICANO for the WWE Championship. Match creator. And an Iron Man match. The very same type of match that CM Punk absolutely could not win. My God, you can make this 20 minutes? Can the hero of Mexico overcome this animal? Should we do 15 minutes or no? Or should we do like 10 or 20? What do we think in chat? Do we just want to keep it like default? Brian, I don't know who you're calling Jack Swagger here. That guy's TODO AMERICANO, brother. Yeah. Let's keep it 15. Okay. That's TODO AMERICANO, brother. I don't know where you're getting that shit. All right. This one's for all the marbles. Make it 60 minutes. Go fuck yourself, dude. I'm not doing that. Not unless we have a really, really compelling match here, you know? Maybe at WrestleMania, but not at Survivor Series.
Approaching the ring.
The best part of the amazing digital circus, the last act, was after the credits when they showed a teaser for Murder Drones Season 2.
My favorite part of the amazing digital circus, the last act, was when Batista showed up with the WWE title, frankly. That made me piss shit and cum in my drawers. I do think it's crazy that in Lucha, if you lose your match, you do a whole moment basically doxing yourself. I mean, that's kind of what Chad Gable did, even though we all knew it was Chad Gable. But that is ostensibly what he did after he unmasked as, you know, El Grande Americano original.
From parts unknown, the Lucha powerhouse, TODO AMERICANO.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, chat. It's taken everything in my power to not call El Grande Americano TODO AMERICANO and the other way around, Okay. WWE, why couldn't you have seen in the future and not have named your absolutely awesome luchador this name? Why couldn't you have named him something less confusing that doesn't, you know, break that doesn't break the brain of 26-year-old Stev? You were real assholes for that, you know? Oh yeah, that Kinger was able to tackle Batista right before they both abstracted. I remember that.
That's the prize they're going after right there.
I jumped out of my seat into a fetal position and I cried tears. Actual tears. I mean, this is a really refreshing scene here, having a title match with no interference on behalf of the very suspiciously familiar TODO Americano. But here we go. We have 15 minutes here.
Said it's my birthright to be champion. Everything I do screams champion.
Here we go. All right, a meeting of the minds there. Batista.
He drops the elbow. Here he comes.
Batista's showing why he's been the champion for 6 months at this point. Dude, he's going on a monster reign, is Batista. He's been able to keep a hold of this belt for 10. Well, no, not for 10 years. That would be crazy. For 6 months, he has been able to keep this belt. Can we give Americano 15-point advantage? Dude, I'll give you 15 points to sit back in your chair for that. Absolutely not. Now, speaking of Lucha Masks, chat, I don't know if anyone here really knows, but I have a custom Lucha Mask here on my desk. It is obviously inspired by a giraffe, and listen, as someone that wears glasses, it's very hard for me to get the most out of it, but it's still just kind of a nice little desk piece, you know. Raw has 2 insanely long title reigns going kind of wild. I mean, dude, listen. It's all about Batista and Chavo. They know what they want. But yeah, I have my own Lucha Mask, and to really sell how stupid my dog is, I put the mask on a couple of nights ago to really ski, and I cannot stress this enough. Whoa. Hi there, Canadian Taco. You are just in time for TODO Americano versus Batista for the WWE Championship right here. In an Iron Man match, of all matches. I'll be honest, Batista's really... He's really showing his stuff here. He's really fucking showing his stuff here. Out of all the champions that we've seen, that's not the Iron Man. That right there's Batista, brudda. That right there's not Iron Man. That's freaking Drac. That's freaking Drac the Destroyer, brudda. That's freaking Drax the Destroyer, brudda. World famous, galaxy famous. Dude, Batista's just having his way with TODO Americano right now. 3. And Batista's on the scoreboard first. It's 1-0 right here. And with TODO Americano's showing why he is the Lucha powerhouse here.
That'll do some damage.
Trying to work over all the body parts of Dave right here. That's my goat for real. Are you... Listen, everyone in this chat loves Batista. They love Drax.
And the animal is all fired up.
And they just... You know, they love old Dave, you know? I fucking love Dave Bautista over here in the Long Boy Club. The only way I will ever get back into Marvel Rivals is if they add Drax and he's voiced by Batista. I mean, I know for... Listen, man, you know for a fact that if they add Drax, that Batista's not going to be in there. He's probably going to be voiced by, like, Yuri Lowenthal or something. Batista! Dude, Batista is just taking it to him. We also love Hunter, Randy, okay, and Rick. Ugh. We all love Evolution. No, the fuck we don't. No, the fuck we don't. Or where's Draxley voiced by Jared Leto with a deeply altered voice? What is it with you and Jared Leto, like, recently? Is he in, like... I know why. It's because Leto is like everything that, you know, people people dislike about, you know, Hollywood people. But also just like why is he on people's radars? Is he in like He-Man or something? And if he is, then who is he?
Hello, Mario.
Chinga TODO Americano. Jared Leto is the perfect example of dog shit casting. Jared Leto is Skeletor. Or there's Skeletor. Oh, okay. Well, like, I know that he was in, like, Tron Ares, I think is what it was. And that movie was, like, Flop McFlopperson. So, I feel like it's a little bit unfair to put all of that on Leto. But I don't think it's really, like, unfair to say that him being in there was part of it. Because... I mean, again, like, it's like Whoop said, he's the perfect example of dog shit casting. Yes, absolutely. I miss 30 Seconds to Mars, chat. I wish they were still real.
Very intense, anything goes contest.
Also, he's just really creepy in real life.
Is insurmountable.
Leto doing the single worst Joker after we had quite possibly the best Joker in Heath Ledger soured me ever wanting
This
to
match
see him
needs to
again.
restart with 30 minutes on the clock.
I think you need to restart with 30 minutes of the timeout corner, Bri.
Stay away from the power of the animal. The fact is,
You know what, Bri? I've been meaning to ask you, why do you rage bait all the time?
it's all about.
It's not like I'm viscerally off-putted by it, but
Dear Lord, those lariats can do so much damage.
like, it's very obvious rage baiting. Why do you do it?
What a clothesline!
But no, like, I've been watching like the Dark Knight trilogy recently, and I will friggin' say that Heath Ledger's, you know, performance as, you know, as the Joker is,
And that would even the score.
it is very eye-opening. Like, yes, a lot of, like, weird people like to, you know, quote him as, like, or, like, a lot of weird, like, people and chuds like to, you know, quote him in, like, weird manosphere type stuff. But it was a very
It's
good
almost
take on the
time for a
character.
3-minute
you know?
Cheetos break, my dudes.
Back to the temple. Shoulders down. Championship on the line. 1, 2.
And he works for the story that they're trying to tell. So, like, when you go from that,
Down on the head. A suplex like that takes a lot of power and just
we need a more traditional Joker again, less mannequin face paint and more Clown Prince of Crime. I mean, that's kind of like he was in, you know, The Dark Knight. In The Dark Knight, he was a lot more cerebral. You know? I mean, yeah, he did have manic tendencies, but he was still a lot more cerebral in that, you know? So... But then you just have Joker who fucking just like falls into a vat of acid, and then that's really all his contribution is. And I'm just like, you know what, Jared Leto, you could just stand right there. That's okay. Something more akin to Caesar to Cesar Romero and Jack Nicholson. And listen, damn, it's as they say, it's not about money, it's about sending a message. And I think that Heath Ledger sent a message loud and clear, and that message is never cast Jared Leto as the Joker. And DC didn't heed that message, and look where it got us. You know? It's very, very obvious.
Hello, Mario.
Never cast Jared Leto. Absolutely not, brother. Also, hi, Patch. And hello, Patootie. How are you guys doing tonight? I kind of lost track of who's winning, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you.
5 minutes remain, and time really begins to be the enemy at this point.
Chat, has anyone been keeping track of who's winning and who's losing?
How long can they keep up this pace in an Iron Man match? Oh man, targeting the ribs and the lower back. That just takes all of the power.
Hello, I'm good. Hello.
He almost took his head off with that lariat.
I'm over here hoping that TODO Americano actually wins this match. I think that he's a pretty good candidate for, you know, a world title contender here.
If you're not intimidated at the sight of a heavily muscled 6.5-foot animal like Batista, you better have your head examined.
Oh my god. But Batista just showing why he's so dominant. 1, 2, 3. Batista absolutely just dominating this. Showing why he is the longest reigning champion in the WWE right now. He has held this belt ever since Extreme Rules back in May. It is now November, and he's still going strong. He's still going strong, chat.
He's checking under the ring, possibly looking for an object in this no disqualification match.
But part of me also just wants to... Oh my god! Van Daminator by the Lucha Powerhouse! Oh my gosh! I think at this point, TODO Americano is going to get really friggin' violent here with old Dave. Okay, geez, wow. Alright, he's got him in the corner. TODO Americano's got him set up for the Vader Bomb. Let's go! Nice.
Rolling out of harm's way. Smart strategy there. Woo, a little showboating going on here.
And TODO's showing off his own strength here. Let's see if he can capitalize. What's this? Oh! Ooh! Big ol' suplex.
Total destruction.
And now he's just completely just trying to level Batista here.
That was an impressive suplex. Submission locked in.
And Batista, he's stuck in the hold here, but there's no DQs here.
And he fights out of it. He breaks the
Batista fights his way out of there. Both of them clutching on their tummies here. Both of them have IBS.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Even if TODO Americano's is much less severe than Batista's, they both have IBS and they'll need to get checked out at the end of this match.
A textbook reversal. Can he follow up?
TODO.
Oh, the TODO bomb!
Screaming in pain.
I think he's about to even this up, chat.
1, 2, 3. And this one's tied up.
It's all tied up. Can one of these men get a single solitary point within a minute and a half? TODO Americano really taking his time here. He needs to be hustling it up if he wants to win this belt. And not working the limbs. Dude, fucking limb work at less than 90 seconds? I'm sorry, but fucking limb work? Now?
60 seconds remain. What's gonna
All right, hold on. He's setting him up for something here.
The WWE Universe hanging on every move.
Oh, he's got a signature. TODO Americano's got a signature.
Oh, what a chop! You can see their chest light up.
TODO Americano's got a signature going. He has 35 seconds. 35 seconds to put this away.
The clock continues to tick.
We got the Vader bomb.
Continues to draw closer. One more time.
One more. The TODO bomb. Oh boy, he's close. He's close. Cover. 1, 2. That's it, dude. We have a new champion. We have a brand new champion in TODO Americano here, chat.
The championship title at stake in this contest.
He's done it. TODO Americano, you better keep your finger off the switch there, Dunn. Because that is not Jack Swagger. That is TODO Americano. And he is your new WWE champion.
Here's your winner and the new WWE champion,
Wow.
TODO Americano.
After bursting onto the scene just 2 months ago.
Fortitude, the will to win were all tested and answered in this one.
After just 2 months after popping onto the scene here at WWE, he's won the big one and has snapped the 6-month reign of Batista here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, your new WWE champion, TODO Americano. Wow. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, chat. That's the second guy that we've built up from the ground up. He came in here. He was a house of fire, and his first title at WWE is the fucking WWE title. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that here tonight we would have had a new WWE champion? And I don't know what this is about. They need to be changing this. But we still have one more match here tonight, chat. We still have one more match here tonight, and that is, of course, Sheamus versus CM Punk. In the bane of Sheamus's existence, an Inferno match. But chat, I have a very special setup for it. I have a very special setup for this match that hopefully the game will let me do. Hopefully it'll let me do 2 out of 3 Falls Inferno match. This has been an insane show, honestly. Between title changes and glitches, we've had an incredible fucking night here so far, honestly. Oh no, it cannot be 2 out of 3 falls. It is 1 to a finish, dude. Alright. Well, Sheamus, after losing the Intercontinental Championship earlier tonight, he's taking on CM Punk.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break,
First, we need to run an ad. But first, ad break. And then we'll do it.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Alright.
It happens. You rip.
It happens, chat.
And never have time to repair. Wait. Before you throw it away, let Mighty Mend It save the day. Hi, Billy Mays here for Mighty Mend It. The fast, easy way to mend, hem, and wear it again. Saving you money. Mighty Mend It is not a glue, but a flexible bonding agent.
Dude, they drowned those jeans in glue. Wow.
For a permanent repair. Sewing takes forever, but with Mighty Mend It, just apply, gently touch, and mend it. It has the strength to withstand storm force winds. Amazing. Easily mend a hem of your desk to look your best. Even if you sit and split, Mighty Mend It will quickly fix it. Mend pillows and comforters right on the bed, or make furniture repairs and save money. Mighty Mend It dries crystal clear and is safe for most any fabrics. Plus, it's machine washable. Even after 50 washes, the bond still stays strong. Whether it's denim, leather, or lace, you can use Mighty Mend It anytime, any place. We even repaired this parachute with Mighty Mend It, and it still has the strength to safely bring down this skydiver from 13,000 feet. Now that's the power of Mighty Mend It. Plus, it's ideal for scrapbooking or craft projects. You'll find hundreds of money-saving uses.
Call or go online to get the complete Mighty Mend It kit that includes one large bottle. But for everyone who orders today, we'll triple the bottles, plus give you a travel size and the money-saving idea guide, absolutely free. But we're not done. We'll also include a bottle of Gem It. Now you can add bling to just about anything, free. You get it all at incredible value for just $29.99. Order now.
Call 1-800-516-2354. That's 1-800-516-2354, or go online to mightymendit.com.
Why did they erase Billy Mays from the end, chat? You should consider putting Billy Mays on your island. Hi, Billy Mays here for another Cheetos break. I don't have Cheetos, chat, but I do have peanuts over here. Peanuts are still in the shell, too. Just a second.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Survivor Series and the main event, Inferno match. Anya Roger has entered the. Oh wait. Anya Forger has entered the chat. Peanuts, you say? The best nuts, brother. Actually, no, the best nuts are almonds. Mostly because their taste reminds me of Pringles. Primarily the original ones, not the sour cream and onion ones that I would lick and then put back in the can when I was younger. Inferno match!
Heavyweight Championship. Approaching the ring, the World Heavyweight Champion.
This match is gonna be fire, literally. Can I get some fellas in chat? Because he's gonna need all of them here in order to retain the belt after losing the IC title earlier tonight. Remember when Planters had those peanuts with peanut butter inside them? I don't quite remember those, though. I know there are pretzels with peanut butter in them, but that's something entirely different. Why is CM Punk taking so long to load? Punk? Okay, good. I was a little scared.
And introducing
coming out in the Chicago gear.
From Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 220 pounds, CM Punk.
CM Punk has tried multiple times to get this belt over the course of this universe mode. Will tonight finally be the night where he does it? Or will Sheamus continue his run at the top of the SmackDown ladder? I do enjoy that this universe mode has treated the World Heavyweight title as the more important title. because like consistently it's been the one that has had the most stuff going on with it. All right. Plus it just looks better. So they were called Planters PB Crisps. Actually, they were more like a cookie than actual peanuts. So what? They were like Nutter Butters, but they were like Planters? Or was it like actually like a cookie with peanut, with peanut butter inside instead of like a sandwich cookie with peanut butter cream? All right, dude. This match is gonna be nuts. Last time Sheamus was in one of these matches, he stunk it up with Swagger. That piece of shit that's no longer in the promotion. So, let's see if he has luck against CM Punk. Oh boy, hold on. CM Punk immediately taking it to the champ right here.
Well, he'd love to stop his opponent's momentum with a win here tonight, that's for sure. Here we go. Those flames are ready for burning.
Speaking of a match that could happen in today's WWE, Sheamus and CM Punk. It probably won't happen because Punk very rarely works, weekly shows. But it could. But listen, I mean, they're on the same roster. They go to work together. They could. At some point in time, they could. And I miss peanut butter Twix.
Oh man, did you hear that? Punk.
Twix got a slight redesign recently, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. It feels like they're trying to go simpler like every other brand these days, but it's not. But sorry, but it doesn't lean far enough in that direction to be convincing in it. So it's like a weird, like uncanny valley middle ground. Corporate minimalism was going to be the death of society. I don't think it's going to be quite that, but it's going to make things less interesting. Chat, do you remember when you went to a bowling alley and you saw like the Pepsi machine with like the glass shattering logo? I want that back. I want Pepsi to be capable of breaking glass again. Just really over the top. Really make it so that I know what I'm drinking. And so that I know when I drink it, I'm gonna probably end up in the ER. Because not only will it break glass, it will break my bones too. Ooh! Right on the mush of CM Punk there. Oh, hold on. And Sheamus does it! He's managed to hold on to one of his belts at the end of tonight. And CM Punk goes another month without the World Heavyweight title in his grasp. I mean, that right there is just what this promotion was doing at this time, probably. Message boards are on fire right now over how CM Punk should have won that match. Okay, we're just not going to see the finisher, huh?
Here's your winner and still the World Heavyweight Champion, the Celtic Warrior, Sheamus.
What? And he's so excited that he shoved the belt up his ass. He's so excited about the win that the belt now lives inside of his butt. Congratulations to Sheamus for at least continuing to have one belt after this show. And now we need to reset the game because I'm pretty sure that this glitch is going to be terminal.
The greatest twist in the amazing digital circus, the last act was Bubble was revealed to be an avatar Vince McMahon used to control the circus behind the scenes. Also, when it was revealed that Pomni was actually AJ Lee.
Oh, wait, isn't Isn't Bubble like kind of like the right hand person to Kane, or am I thinking of something else entirely? Well, Ricky Steamboat has old Stone Cold right there in his corner. That's insane. Okay, hold on. The Shaman. Okay, never mind. The Shamans of Truth, they are still the tag team champions after that. Okay, well, thankfully the game updated. But my question now is the Raging Climax the same at this point? I think the answer is no. I think the answer is Ricky Steamboat and Old Stone Cold are tag team partners now. Bubble is Kane's right-hand Bubble. Wow, Kane, you are so funny. You are so funny. I only know that. I know only that. Wow, this show sucks, dude. The only one I want to watch is Biker Taker versus Matt freaking Hardy. Along with that, we also have Lex Luger, Tyson Kidd, The Miz and R-Truth, Matt Hardy and Undertaker, and Shawn Michaels and Batista. Yeah, like, I kind of want to watch none of these matches, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Like, all these look pretty shit. Fun fact, freaking is his government middle name. Matt freaking Hardy. Okay, well, we'll do Matt freaking Hardy against Biker Taker here. Alright, Lex Luger and Tyson Kidd. Tyson Kidd defeated Lex Luger in what was a Tyson and Kidd victory. The Miz versus R-Truth. This is the most WWE 12 match. Could you say it with a little more gusto? That's better. People taking that scene and then like animating over it is my favorite genre of TikTok video right now. It is my favorite genre of TikTok right now. The fucking wow, Kane, you are so funny. All right, here we go. Matt freaking Hardy goes up against Biker Taker without his bike. Why'd I give him these poop brown pants for?
Weighing 236 pounds, Matt Hardy.
This was a bad idea. I need to not put him in these. I tried my best, chat. I wanted to give him like the camo stuff from like the old SVR games, but it just came across looking bad, I feel like. Okay, well, he may be Matt freaking Hardy, and he might be TNA freaking bound at this point, but can he beat the Under freaking Taker Biker style right here with that Biker Taker without the bike? Matt freaking Hardy versus Big Evil coming up. Dude, he doesn't even get, like... Dude, he doesn't get anything. Like, he gets normal lighting. He gets no bike. The announcer doesn't even say who he is. They did not give a single shit about this guy. No. I mean, like you have the Undertaker, music in the background. More like relatively sized malice is very, very apt. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This right here is not Biker Taker. This is a biker with... This is like a biker in your town that names himself the Undertaker. We want Druid. You know what? I want Druid too, chat. I think that next Druid match, we need to friggin' watch him. Screw it, dude. I want Matt Hardy to friggin' beat this chud right here.
What a punch! Hardy has the arm.
Show him what Mattitude is all about. Holy shit! Matt Hardy with the suplex to Big Evil. Reasonably statured malevolence.
In over 110 countries. I think I saw a tooth fly out. Hardy has the headlock.
Larger than average villainy. Brother Nero versus Brother Evil. Actually, no. Brother Nero was Jeff Hardy. They just shouldn't have bothered if the model was all they were willing to do. I almost want to see how, like, John Cena Purple comes out. So, like, the next match that he's in, we're watching that match because I want to see, like, I want to see what they did with him. Unfortunately, John Cena Purple showing up is like watching, watching aliens enter orbit. Like you're never gonna see it, and like if you do, it is a freak occurrence. You know? Oh my god, dude! He no-sold the twist of fate.
Folks will be staying with this match to the end with
Matt Hardy, you're officially uninvited to the barbecue that me and my MC are doing. You will get none of my wife's potato salad. The last ride. Dude, if Matt Hardy goes this far to freaking defeat the biker named Undertaker, I'm going to just completely lose my mind.
Hardy into the headlock.
My wife's potato salad is excellent, Matt Hardy. Too bad you'll get none of it. For you, that's a travesty. But for me, that's awesome. Big Evil, more like abnormally large malevolence. In 2015, Cena's orange t-shirt and green cap looked like a pumpkin. Wait, did he have an orange shirt and a green cap? I swear to God, if Matt freaking Hardy taps out here.
And go be a part of the longest running weekly episodic television show in history.
Yes! Okay, good. Now capitalize.
Dangerous impact to the neck.
But no, we want Druid, chat. I miss him. Oh, side effect!
Moving on pure instinct now.
Ah, no, hold on.
Superstar.
Come on. Matt Hardy, you have a twist of fate. I need you to freaking pop it off, brother. Oh my god, holy shit!
Welcoming you.
Oh my god! Got completely caught up in the ropes in Matt Hardy. Okay, well, this right here is definitely just a biker named Taker, because Taker wouldn't allow something sloppy like that to happen. And he's doing it again! Wow! See, normally there would be a pool behind me if I did this to you, but I'm gonna do it 3 times and make you eat shit every single time. This is bullshit, dude. Come on. 1, 2. No! Hardy kicks out! Matt freaking Hardy kicks out! All right, hold on. Matt freaking Hardy showed some signs of life there. Can he work his way back into
Longworth
this?
said you will go one-on-one with The Undertaker. Holla, player.
Holla, holla, playa.
Always so driven and determined.
That's to say, like, there's been no match to ever happen in SmackDown 2011 that looks more like Here Comes the Pain. Oh, leg drop! Nice.
There's the cover. Can he do it?
1, 2. No way. Dude, Matt Hardy was just about to beat the biker named Undertaker.
We all know about the guts and heart of Matt Hardy. So well documented.
Don't ask me about my Don't ask me about my opinions on women. Just take my fall away slam. I like revving my motorcycle in densely populated neighborhoods. It lets everyone know who's in charge.
Hardy.
Oh, side effect!
Max got it. Matt's going to win it.
Come on. Twist of fate. Twist of fate!
What a twist of fate.
Holy shit. Matt Hardy could win this. Matt Hardy. Matt freaking Hardy.
His name is Hardy. You know, he thinks he has it.
Pin it. 1, 2. No way. Matt freaking Hardy has won against The Undertaker. You know what happens when you take away Taker's bike? You know what happens? John Laryngitis. You just made the list. John Laryngitis. All right, well, that makes me wonder, is Matt Hardy in contention for at least the U.S. title now or no? That was a hard-fought win there.
You have to like this display.
I mean, that right there is how you know that it's literally just a biker named The Undertaker, because he would not have lost to Matt Hardy, chat. There's no way he would have lost to Matt freaking Hardy here tonight. All right, cool. Well, you know what? I'm happy with that. John Laurinaitis sounds like he has permanent strep throat. I mean, yes, that's very like much the case. And also he's a giant creep, so you know, that's a whole other thing. All right, battle. Oh, wow. What, dude, what is this show? We have Ricky Steamboat versus TODO Americano. We have Dolph Ziggler versus Kane and Undertaker. And we have Druid, Bret Hart, Vladimir Kozlov, Mike Knox, the biker named The Undertaker, and Stone Cold Steve Austin in a battle royal. Damn, dude. What a show here. Hold on. I don't know why, but for some reason this says Jack Swagger. I thought we fired him, chat. I thought we fired Jack Swagger a long time ago. But you know what? I understand. Maybe he's trying to find a bit of work. And, we're sitting here and we're trying to give him another opportunity. Just a normal kind of jobberish match in order to help him get his, name back out there. It's a little bit hard in the industry right now in order to get your name out there if you're not already in WWE. So you know what? I'm willing to give him one more match here in WWE. I'm sure he won't do anything weird. I'm sure that he's not going to come back in here with some concerning belts. I'm sure it's going to be just fine, chat. As a side note, chat, you're going to love what I've added to Jack Swagger here since the last time we saw him. All right, here we go. You are absolutely gonna love what I've done with Jack Swagger here, chat.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Approaching the ring from Hawaii, weighing 237 pounds, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
I don't know why, chat, but when they're like from Hawaii, I'm just like, okay, but Hawaii is like a state, right? Or at least it's considered like one of the territories of the U.S. Where from Hawaii is he from? Jack Swagger. Sounds like a Samurai Jack bad guy. Yeah, that kid's never gonna make it anywhere now that we fired him, but you know what? Ricky Steamboat could use a squash match.
From Perry, Oklahoma, weighing 263 pounds, he is the WWE Champion, the All-American Jack Swagger.
You know, Tony Chimble is just saying that he's the WWE Champion to make him feel better about himself. I'm pretty sure that's the case anyways. Why else would he come out with a toy belt? Oh my god, it spins! What did the son of a bitch do to TODO Americano? TODO Americano, I think, was gracious enough to either allow him to use his belt from one night or to, like, you know, let him, you know, lend him, like, a replica or a toy belt. The big whale, it's a big show! At ringside, dude.
The WWE Superstars.
No, this right here should be a pretty, this right here should probably be, pretty easy work for Ricky Steamboat, because at this point, like, you know, no one's really expecting anything of Swagger. No one's really expecting anything of Swagger. I mean, this right here is just to give him a bit of, you know, ring experience, like help him shake off some ring rust while he's, you know, while that TNA application is still going through. I'm sure we'll see him in the Impact Zone as, you know, John Shaver any day now. But for now, you know, but for now, the friggin' Dragon, he's being oh so gracious enough
Thank you, ladies and
to allow Swagger a few extra ring reps with him. What? Okay, cool. Okay, well, it seems to me that TNA's probably side-eyeing that application a little bit more after that. What was that?
Boy, I'm gonna tell you something. These superstars are unloading on each other.
That was an insane sell for something that ultimately missed.
I can feel that one out here.
But yeah, like, you look at this, Jack Swagger's not even putting up a fight right now. Like, he's coming out with that toy belt, he wants to feel important, but of course Ricky Steamboat is going to get him with this right here.
What can Swagger do here, King? Well, on paper they matched up evenly. I'm not really sure he has any advantage, so he really needs to suck it up and just do what he does best right now.
Ricky Steamboat really needs to, like, pick him up and finish him, though. I mean, it is, listen, it is Superstar. The Sexy Yeti! No! Don't you dare make Jack Swagger win the match, you bitch.
And I'm sure
have some dignity.
Left by that chop. Oh no. Look at the ring.
Okay. Okay, Ricky Steamboat's trying. He's trying to get something to go. No! Ricky Steamboat is betrayed once again by the Sexy Yeti. Ricky Steamboat wanted to give the Yeti another chance, but unfortunately for Ricky Steamboat, his heart is bigger than his brain, and for the second time in less than a week, the Sexy Yeti has turned his back on the Dragon.
Sit back and enjoy watching.
Oh boy, but it looks like Ricky Steamboat's filled with rage now. Has Jack Swagger found his first member of the Swag Riders? I mean, listen, man, if the Sexayetes also go to TNA, then I would imagine that we're going to see them both in there within due time. But like I said, we know that Jack Swagger's not winning this. Again, this right here is just for making Steamboat look good after losing, you know, that tag title shot.
Watch out here.
Dude, he's working over the arms and not doing his finisher. What is happening? Do the finisher. Do the finisher, you bitch.
And he lights up his chest with a chop. Just a perfect head scissor.
The Yeti for GN 2026.
And he drives the fist down.
But no, Woobs, I don't know if you saw it, but I gave Jack Swagger the Death Riders music.
Uh-oh. I think that really hurt his arm.
There's the pin. Can his opponent kick out?
Two. And Swagger kicks
Really now? Jack Swagger is supposed to go down, okay?
the dragon. Oh!
We can make you look good, but you can't make yourself look good, okay? That's not how this squashing thing works.
And his approach to sports entertainment.
And you should know that.
Deceivingly big and deceivingly powerful. Well, Swagger's close to 6'6" and already 265 pounds.
Dude, he's close to 6'7"? No way.
Oh my,
Swagger has a Cena push? Well, then why is he losing this match, Patootie?
So hard to outmaneuver that young man.
I'm pretty sure that if he had the Cena push, he'd be still winning. It'd be Swagger Winslow. So why is he losing?
Controlling the head. Get ready, folks. Get ready.
I hope, because his reign is over. I hope. Jacob Donald Hager, we do not hit people. I mean, unless you're in Power Slap, in which case that's different.
He's got him hooked. Just a fantastic suplex.
That's a rope break, yeah. Dude, I don't know how to tell you this, but you need to do your finisher.
Right to the arm. Steamboat will hope to feed off the WWE Universe.
Or maybe you don't. Maybe you'll pin him off of this.
1, 2, and Swagger gets the shoulder up.
Dude, if I didn't know any better, I would say that Swagger's getting re-signed here soon with how fucking good he's looking against Steamboat.
Steamboat always filled with emotion and passion for our business.
I don't even know if that's Swagger's real middle name. I'm gonna be honest, Jack Swagger looks like that his middle name would be Donald. I don't really know. I don't know if that's a diss or... Dude, I don't even know if that's a diss. I don't know if it's a diss to say that he looks like his middle name would be Donald. He just kind of gives off that vibe to me, you know?
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. So many wonderful memories.
As Jack Swagger.
Don't forget WrestleMania 3 when the Dragon won the Intercontinental Championship.
What? Chat. What is Ricky Steamboat's finisher?
Looks like we're watching in amazement right now.
What the fuck is Ricky's... Dude, what is Ricky Steamboat's finisher? Because, like, we've been watching this match for, like, 10 minutes now, and he's not done it. A crossbody, no. I'm pretty... Yeah, that sounds right. Right? That sounds about right to me. Oh, god damn it.
Into the cover, hooks the leg. 1,
2.
And the Dragon
Okay.
What will it take to finish Steamboat?
Dude, Dude. Again, if I didn't know any better, I would say that Jack Swagger's getting rehired here tonight with how he's taking it to Ricky Steamboat. I'm not a fan of this at all. I'm not a fan of that prospect.
Jack Swagger loves to brag about that great amateur background. And he uses
Okay, it's a diving crossbody. Well, can he, like, please do that? Because I don't think the CPU knows to stay down unless a finisher is hit on them, and Jack Swagger is really taking it to Steamboat now. I'm scared.
And there's the technique of the two-time All-American.
Chat, I'm getting word I'm getting word from backstage in my headset now. The Superstars general manager is telling me right now that if Jack Swagger wins this match, that he's going to get a Superstars exclusive deal. meaning that he will be re-signed, but he can only wrestle on WWE Superstars. So what I'm saying is Ricky Steamboat needs to fucking win this so we don't have to see Swagger again. All right, pinfall. 1, 2. All right, there we go. Never mind. No Superstars contract for you, Jack Swagger. You're just gonna have to hope that TNA deal, you know, actually goes through. All right. And despite that interference from his former partner, Ricky Steamboat comes out of here with the win. Could potentially bring him up on the title ranks. I told you it was over. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I was a little scared there. I was a little bit scared there. I'm not gonna lie. All right, Jack Swagger is no longer on Superstars. He will never be there again, chat. But what we will be here again for is Druid. Well, Dolph Ziggler and Kane's relationship has gotten even worse, and he's now enemies with The Undertaker. Okay, well, how about Druid? Druid going up against the biker called who calls himself The Undertaker. Has anyone ever made the Booker Man joke with Booker T? That feels like something that happened, right? That feels like something that like happened because of him. But I don't know why. I don't know why I think that, because like the segment where Booker Man was born, I don't even think it involved Booker T. All right, here he is, chat. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Druid.
The following contest is an over-the-top rope 6-man battle royal. Introducing first,
a man so terrifying they dare not say his name. It is the Druid. Weighing whatever from wherever. Complete with his Druid clan right here that doesn't have rendered mouths and are totally at a standstill. Wow, 6 men. How exciting, I say sarcastically. I mean, dude, 6 men is a lot of men, especially when you have these men right here.
93 pounds.
When you have it's Mike Knox and Druid in the same match. How can you go wrong? But then you also have Bret freaking Hart right here too.
Their opponent from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, weighing 234 pounds, Bret Hitman Hart.
When he's doing laundry, he's Mike Socks.
And their opponent
When he takes Viagra, he's Mike Cox.
and their opponent from Moscow, weighing 302 pounds, Vladimir.
When he takes good care of his hair, he's Mike Locks. when he's playing with Vinny Vinesauce's band, he's Mike Vox. His favorite animal is a Mike Fox. Ah, hell yeah! Damn it, you beat me to using Fox. No, I said Vox with a V. It's Red Mike Vox. When he plays music, he's Mike Ox.
Here we go with the Battle Royal. And in this type of matchup, it's
when he owns a farm.
You have to know where all your opponents will be at all times.
When he takes care of livestock, we call it Mike Ox. When he plays for Metallica, he's Mike Rocks.
You'll find updates and blogs from all your favorite superstars.
When he owns a farm, he's a crippling dad. Aw, well, that's not fair to him. Oh no! Speaking of things that aren't fair, the Druid's already out of this match. Dude, should I increase the Druid stats just for fun?
Well, he's Raw's newest acquisition. I know what he's done in the past, and it'll be exciting to see if that success translates here on Monday Night Raw.
When he owns a farm, he's a crippling dead. There's not nearly enough support for fucking farmers.
Head off with that lariat. Oh, unloading with the right hand. I think I saw a tooth fly out.
Royal Rumble with Daniel Bryan all over again. That's for freaking damn sure, dude. Oh, my cat has invaded my space here, chat. Everyone say hi to Henry. Oh boy, are we gonna get... Oh no, dude. Okay, well this match is about to get real shit now. We got freaking Austin and Undertaker right here.
Oh, it doesn't get more punishing than that.
This right here is an Attitude Era classic, I guess you could call it. Oh my god, Taker's about to get his win back from Matt freaking Hardy right here. Yep. Absolutely. Let's see it. Just get him out of there, dead man. Yep. Oh, hell nah.
But I wish that match could have gone on a little longer.
I mean, this right here is just kind of how it goes with these, multi-mans here, Michael.
Here's your winner.
Dude, honestly, the idea of him owning a farm and going into crippling debt is very funny to me. Okay, cool. Here, let's see this. Dude, Mike Knox and Bret Hart are now enemies? I mean, after what he did to old Davey Boy, I'm not too surprised about that. Oh my god! I'm sorry. Okay, but we need to watch that. MVP versus Cody Rhodes. MVP wins. Dude, finally. Holy shit. Then we have Shad Gaspard versus Dolph Ziggler. Shad wins. And then we have the Hart Dynasty, the new heel Hart Dynasty taking on Chris Jericho and The Miz. And Jericho and The Miz
It's
win.
almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Okay, hold on. Well, hold on just a second. I don't want to go to it just yet. I would like to see this real fast. I need to see John Cena and see if they bungled him as much as they bungled, the biker named The Undertaker. All right, hold on. What the? Oh, okay. Okay, well, they gave him the same Titantron stuff. All right.
The following contest is scheduled for Approaching the ring.
Well, but he doesn't. But they don't know how to announce him. Crucially. They crucially do not know how to announce John Cena. Despite the only difference is that he's in purple now. Peach likes pink and Princess Daisy likes purple. I cannot show that because then it's going to get blocked. But here is what I imagine will probably be like an Intercontinental match of some kind. Here we go. Hold on just a second, chat.
And that one hurt his hand. Oh no! What a counter by McIntyre. And there's a hard right hand. Oh wow! And he lights up his chest with a shot. Oh, what a shot! Ooh. Drew McIntyre squeezing down on the head. Drop! And that was a hard.
Dude, I don't really understand what the point of like adding these alts into this game is if you're not even gonna like, you know, do them right. Jesus! Cena right over here being like, nah, that freaking IC title is mine, dude. And I will ensure it is. Okay, well, I've seen what I wanted to see out of that. I've seen what I wanted to see out of that match there, so I think that we're mostly good to just kind of leave that for now. Here. John Cena wins against Drew McIntyre, the Intercontinental Champion. Is he up further in the rankings? No, he is not. He's literally just like a job guy in there. Oh my god! Ricky Steamboat versus the Sexay Yeti in a submission match to start us out. Then we have Melina, Nikki Bella, Alicia Fox, Undertaker and Kane versus the Straight Edge Society. And then in the main event, Evolution implodes as Triple H takes on Batista, the former champion, in a tables match. You know, we've not seen hide nor hair of TODO Americano ever since he won the belt. It's pretty unprofessional of him to just win the belt and then stop showing up to work. That's some part-timer shit, dude. That's not cowboy shit. That's coward shit. Alright, anyways. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna run this ad here real fast, and then we'll watch Ricky Steamboat versus the Sexay Yeti.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dude?
Rubble's on.
The primitive beauty, grace, and mysterious ways of animals have fascinated us ever since we were children. And now, through the captivating, colorful pages of Zoo Books, the publication especially created for young readers, your child will visit steamy jungles and grassy plains, the dark depths of the oceans, and the frozen Arctic wilderness to meet and learn surprising facts about the magnificent animals that live there. They'll discover the secrets of solitary predators and the strategies of hunting packs. Find out that sharks don't have a single bone in their body, and be amazed to learn that the largest animal in the world, the whale, survives by eating the smallest living organisms.
I've always had zoo books. Ever since I was little, I loved looking at the pictures. But now that I'm older, I use them to write school reports. They're cool.
Every issue of Zoo Books is packed with breathtaking full-color photos and scientifically accurate illustrations, and written so that the words and pictures work together to make reading and learning a fun experience. Your child will look forward to Zoo Books' monthly games and puzzles, and while they're playing, they're learning important concepts, building their vocabulary.
I use Zoo Books in my 3rd grade class and at home. My kids love them. Zoo Books make learning exciting and fun.
Right now, through this exclusive TD offer, you can get 12 fascinating issues of Zoo Books for the special low price of $19.95. What's more, call within the next 20 minutes and use your credit card, and we'll include this informative, fun-to-read issue dedicated to the largest of all land animals, the elephant. Yours absolutely free. Plus, as a special bonus, you'll get this colorful collection of animal stickers and this cool tiger poster that'll delight any youngster. So order Zoo Books now and send learning and fun to a child you love.
Reading was boring, but then I got Zoo Books. They're great. I can't wait till I get the next month's issue and find out what the new animal is.
212 fascinating issues of Zoo Books for the unbelievable price of $19.95. Call 1-800-441-2400. Remember, call within the next 20 minutes and we'll include the bonus elephant issue, stickers, and tiger poster.
I guess I just don't find...
You must be 18 years of age or older to call.
Devin, I guess I just don't find Zoo Books being $19.95 for 12 issues to be that expensive. I mean, like... Chat, how much is $19.95 in, like, today, in, like, you know, modern dollars? Like, what's, like, what are we working with there? Like, how much is $19.95 in 2026? Like, let's just assume that $19.95, rather, you know, like, let's just assume that commercial aired in, like, 2002. How much is $19.95 in 2002 worth in 2026?
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Dude, we have a freaking barn burner of a match here to start out Raw this week. Dude, Monday nights have been cooking incredibly for this whole entire time. We have the Sexayete and Ricky Steamboat. The Raging Climax finally leaves the bedroom and enters the ring. Because they were too expensive, according to my parents. $36.93. See, now that right there, I would say that's really expensive for like what you're getting now, you know? I would say that, like, that's very expensive for like what you would be getting now.
Approaching the ring.
All right, a submission match here.
237 pounds, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Chat, I'm gonna be honest, Ricky Steamboat looks like an action figure in this game. Especially, like, with his, like, with his, you know, glute muscles that have apparently, like, 3 separate points of articulation there. Like, why is there a crease in between his, like, buttocks and his legs? Alright, now we have this son of a bitch.
And his opponent
I thought I gave him music.
the Monster.
There he is. The Sexayete. Coming here to atone for the sins that he committed against Ricky Steamboat. But where does Stone Cold Steve Austin fit into all this?
Gets to play host to Monday Night Raw.
Does he fit into it at all, or does he just not? or does he just not give a damn, son?
Oh yeah, the WWE Universe is gonna love this one.
All right, here we go. All right, Irish whip into the corner there. Ricky Steamboat with the chop across the shoulder blade. Easy there, Justin. You almost sounded excited.
Well, you have to focus
Aw.
on a body part. Keep working it. Eventually setting up your submission hold.
To be fair, I like Justin in, you know, like AEW and stuff. But in this, he definitely sounds a little sleepy. WWE and AEW have one thing in common with the games. The rules, the ring announcer is supposed to soundboard when making introductions. I mean, like, I would imagine that recording it in the booth is a completely different experience than, like, you know, like doing it live in front of the audience. So
We'll never forget WrestleMania 3 when the Dragon won the Intercontinental.
it's a very, like, it's a very different experience, I would imagine.
Looks like we're watching in amazement right now.
All right, hold on. Ricky Steamboat showing why he is, you know, the legend that everyone says he is. Dude, honestly, this right here is it's a little upsetting. I'm not gonna lie to you. I remember when this team formed. That was like right in, I think, either May or June. And now we're seeing them just completely implode before our very eyes right here. We need a ring announcer who sounds like he's on caffeine. I don't know why you're like calling it like it's like a drug. Again, I mean, like, it really comes down to this fact. People in wrestling are not really voice actors, you know?
This personal animosity
Even if you, like, you know, even if you trade yourself on your voice, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're, like, a good voice actor. Even if what you're doing is VAing yourself. Like, there are some good wrestlers that are good VAs as well, but that is a very exclusive club, I feel like. Most of them sound like they're reading off the sheet. Walked in on the Reishi climax imploding. What in the hell happened? Well, two things happened, right? The Sexayete betrayed Ricky Steamboat in the middle of their tag title match, allowing the Shamans of Truth to retain the belts. And then 4 days later on Superstars, Ricky Steamboat was having a match against a very squashable Jack Swagger, who we simply let back in out of the goodness of our hearts in order to let him have a few tune-up matches before his run in TNA. And during that match, the Sexayete ran out and beat up Ricky Steamboat again. Because Ricky Steamboat wanted to at least try and forgive Yete. But Yete wasn't having none of it. Like, his fucking mind was made up. And now they're out here in a submission match. Now, I don't know if this means that the Raging Climax is totally done, brother. But let me tell you something, dude. I can almost guarantee you that the Sexayete is no longer in it. I don't even think Ricky Steamboat has a submission. I mean, like, the Sexayete does. The Sexayete has the bear hug. Which means that Steamboat's gonna have to get creative if he wants to put away the Yete here. Like, this is honestly kind of sad, chat. I remember when both of these guys first came together. I remember when they added Stone Cold, when they won the tag belts together. Like, this is really sad to see, I'm not gonna lie. Also, hi Infinite, how are you doing tonight? But no, I was just kind of talking about how, like, most wrestling people are pretty bad VAs. Even if all they're doing is voicing themselves, that's a whole other can of worms than, like, doing it live in front of an audience. It's like if you were, like, recording your lines before, you know, before a Broadway show, right?
What a fist drop.
It just doesn't have the same thing. Jack Swagger! What the fuck? I thought that you... No, I thought that you were fired, dude. I thought that you were fired. We fired you after Superstars, dude. That was a one-off thing. Who let you in the building? You need to take your ass out of here because you do not work here anymore, brother. Holy shit! Oh my god. What absolute heat from the Sexayete. I'm playing Saints Row 2 while I lurk. I'm having a good time. Well, thank you, Infinite. I appreciate that, brother. I'm gonna try to make this kind of a longer one, considering that, well, my schedule's about to change, and I would like to to, you know, try and get the most out of this. Oh, Jack Swagger.
Submission, but the ref's facing the wrong way.
Oh, but will Jack Swagger be enough to ensure that the Sexayete can survive? Wait, hold on. Hold on. The Sexayete. Hold on. Okay, well, he was in the middle of getting up there. That doesn't count.
Submission, but the ref's facing the wrong way. Ah, look at this.
Dude, is he gonna tap out again?
Can he fight out? And this plan appears to have backfired. The Dragon wins.
Wow, okay. But the ref didn't see him tap. What? Okay, sure. You know what? That's fine. This game is very polished, chat, I gotta say.
Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Yeah, like I gotta say, Justin Roberts sounds like he really likes Ricky Steamboat. So like if nothing else, I gotta give him that. Like Snaggle. Oh man. Okay, well, it looks like Ricky Steamboat is on his way to challenging for the US title. So hold on, I want to see how that shapes out. Yeah, I mean, Ricky Steamboat's on his way, dude. Ricky Steamboat is on his way. He could be the #1 contender here soon. And Batista is now seemingly on a losing streak. What? Santino Marella versus Vladimir Kozlov. The Miz and Alicia Fox taking on R-Truth and Natalya. And then the main event, one half of the tag team champions versus Jack Swagger, who still is getting matches even though he's supposed to be fired, and Justin Gabriel. Honestly, Chad, I'm gonna skip this. Okay, cool. And Jack Swagger, even though he doesn't have a contract, he's somehow getting wins over champions right now. I mean, honestly, that one barely even counts, you know? Like, that one there, it barely counts, I feel like. I sure hope he's not planning anything nefarious. That would be very, very unfortunate. Right, JTG and Cody Rhodes with Dolph Ziggler. JTG wins. So hold on, is he gonna get... So hold on, is he like going up the ranks at all or no? Seemingly not. And Kane wins against Shad. The Hart Dynasty wins against Jizz. And CM Punk versus Undertaker. Undertaker wins. So he could be getting a world title shot at at TLC. Oh my god, what is that? This is an insane match. What? The Sexayete versus Yoshitatsu in a Falls Count Anywhere match. This is a crazy ass match. What is this? Oh, and Druid versus Mike Knox? Dude. What is this? What is this? This looks insane. Okay, hold on. All right, False Count Anywhere, Sexayete versus Yoshitatsu. Dude. Raw might be becoming the #1 show again, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you. Especially with especially with like what they're cooking here with like the Sexayete and Druid. This is really turning into something special, I gotta say. All right, here we go. Yoshitatsu, Miami, Florida.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Approaching the ring from Tokyo, Japan, weighing 220 pounds, Yoshitatsu.
A man that has been somewhat on the rise, I would probably say, but that's really only insofar as we're seeing him probably the most often out of all of the unlockable characters. He's getting an incredible amount of screen time, especially on the A show Superstars. Let's see if he can survive the Sexay Yeti, who's coming in with the AEW start. Oh! Immediately going after Yoshitatsu right here. This might be it for him, chat. That might be it for him right there.
And the official finally signals for the match to begin. But tremendous damage has already been dealt.
Yeah.
Tremendous damage.
Make up some ground.
Oh, overdrive! Wait. That was the Zack attack. That's right. It's a reverse overdrive. God, that looks like shit, dude. It looks awful.
The monster, relentless.
He's absolutely relentless. You're right. But is it enough to put away Yoshitatsu?
Well, this guy's
Oh no! No, it's not. It is not. Big Yoshi chance here in Milwaukee.
disqualification matches cause as much damage to you as they do your opponent. That's always.
But no, chat, I wanted to say something earlier, but I was bringing up my old lucha mask, which I actually have sitting up here on my desk right now. I was putting it on recently, just to see if it still fit me. And and I looked at my dog and he started growling at me and he started barking as well. He had no clue it was me after I put the mask on. And then when I took it off, he stopped barking at me. I didn't realize that our dog was so dumb, but apparently he is.
Yoshitatsu has the headlock.
Because he watched me put it on, chat. He watched me put the mask on, and yet when he saw me with it, he was still like, "Ruh, ruh, ruh." And I'm just like, dude, really? Come on, how stupid can you be? Yeah, Romeo is not the sharpest tool in the shed, chat.
This is a no disqualification match.
I love him, but he is quite dumb.
About to be put to the test here. Boy, did he get dropped or what? Look out! He's got a chair.
When people ask, "Where art thou, Romeo?" you should not be asking him because even he doesn't know where he is at any given time. Do not ask him, "Wherefore art thou, Romeo?" because he does not even know.
And he wills his way out.
He barely remembers the flavor of kibble that he eats every day.
Oh, the punch.
But that's part of his charm, That right there is part of his charm, evidently.
I don't like the looks of this.
All right, here we go.
And I think it's obvious that he'll stop at nothing to win here tonight.
Dude, the Sexay Yeti is being relentless here on Yoshitatsu.
To make this even more violent.
Ah, but just laying the chair on his friggin' sternum. And he does it again!
Always shows a lot of respect towards his opponent.
And he demands respect in return. Yoshitatsu squeezing.
Right, Yoshitatsu bringing the fight to the Sexay Yeti. He's not at all intimidated by this mountain of a Sexay man. Oh, and he almost got a pinfall win over him, too.
Talk about an immovable object. Over there.
What's so cold? So cold! So cold! Wait, no, hold on. Wait, but whose side is he on? Wait, is he going after Yoshi?
There are no countouts in this match.
Oh, no. No. No, Stone Cold. Stone Cold, no.
He's in big trouble. No, there.
Stone Cold, what are you doing?
He drops the elbow.
Okay, no, but genuinely, what are you doing? I don't know what you're doing, man.
Yoshitatsu is and he's decided to take on all comers.
Oh, man. Hold on. Whoa! Stunner! Stunner on Yoshitatsu! Ah!
Oh my,
Stunner on Yoshitatsu!
Can he score the pin?
Has So Cold turned his back on the WWE Universe? It looks like it. As Yoshitatsu takes the loss. 3. Oh. Hey, Stone Cold. What kind of count did the Sexayete just get on Yoshitatsu after you ran in on him and gave him a stunner?
3.
Count. Got it. Got it.
3.
The monster.
Wow. I think Stone Cold just turned heel, brother. I think
Stone Cold Steve Austin
just turned heel here tonight in the Long Boy Zone. Dude, this is so sad. Well, what's going to become of the Raging Climax? But what's going to become of the Raging Climax now, chat? I feel like the polycule is about to get smaller. Hold on just a second. The Sexayete and Yoshitatsu's relationship has gotten even worse. On the Raging Climax, everyone's still in this team. Somehow. Everyone is still somehow in this team. I don't know how, but they are. Sorry, but they are. And not only that, but they're still friends with each other too. At least, you know, So Cold is still friends with everyone. The fence-sitting jerk-off. Alright. Right, number 1 contenders match. Natalya wins. Druid versus Mike Knox. Dude, out of all of the groundswell of support guys that we've seen in this universe mode, these two are perhaps the highest amongst the fan support, okay? They are the 2 GOATs. They are, of course, Druid and Mike Knox. Here we go. I'm honestly surprised that we're getting this match on Raw. This feels odd. This feels like it shouldn't be happening at all, but it is. So wait, is he gonna get his Druid pals up here on the entrance ramp? Or no? Because it kind of seems a little inconsistent when he gets them. He just more or less kind of gets them whenever they feel like they can show up for work. No, he doesn't get them. Also, hi Dark Raven, how you doing tonight? Mike Knox. Wait, is he gonna do the hot start? No, he's gonna do the run-in on 55 overall. Druid? Now that's just absurd, Mike Knox. Why would you do this?
What's going on here? What a sneaky attack.
Dude, really? Okay, well, listen. If he can like end this match with this giant fall-away slam, that'd be fucking awesome. Sister Abigail! Dude, I almost want to add like the giant like fall-away slam to his finishers. Because you push someone to the moon based on that move, honestly. And with that, Mike Knox gets a very quick win over the Druid. I think I need to increase Druid stats if we want to see him make any progress, chat, because as it stands, he is the worst character in this game, and it is not even close. Or should I keep him where he is because it makes it funnier when he wins? Personally, I think it's funny when he wins because he really shouldn't be winning anything. He is absolute dog ass the majority of the time. But It would be nice for him to win a few more things, you know? That's all I'm saying. It would be nice for him to win a few more things. It would make me happy. The Druid and Mike Knox are now enemies. Wow, dude. Former tag partners, now rivals over the US title. You cannot make something better than that. Wow. Vladimir Kozlov in a 1-on-2 handicap match where it's Stone Cold versus this, where it's Stone Cold and the Sexayete. The Rock and the Controller versus Cody Rhodes and Dolph Ziggler, which are blonde and beautiful. And then in the main event, it's Ricky Steamboat giving another tune-up match to Jack Swagger right here. Dude, I feel like we could see some really, like, crazy things come out of this episode of Superstars. Let's see here. Vladimir Kozlov wins against Stone Cold and the Sexayete. The Rock and the Controller defeat Blonde and Beautiful. And the main event, Ricky Steamboat versus Jack Swagger. Ricky Steamboat wins against Jack Swagger with his prop WWE title belt. You know what? We haven't seen TODO Americano ever since friggin' Survivor Series. I don't know what's happening here. But I feel like we should be seeing more of them, and we're just not. Alright, Ricky Steamboat is climbing up the mid-card title ranks. Wait. Who is going to be Christian's partner? I'm a little curious about that. I'm not necessarily curious about anything else here, but I am curious about this. They're going up against Blonde and Beautiful right here on SmackDown. But who will his partner be? Chat, what if it's Edge? This show is pretty buns outside the mystery partner angle. I know! Dude, SmackDown has been consistently terrible aside from the world title stuff, I feel like. And even then, we had to, like, manufacture the world title stuff a little bit.
Tag team contest is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first.
Like, it has been all Superstars and Raw for basically the majority of this universe mode.
Cody Rhodes.
Everyone tunes out of SmackDown to watch TNA, and it's very clear to see why. It's clear to see why TNA moved to Friday nights here. Because what's the competition? You got Cody Rhodes teaming with Dolph Ziggler in 2010. What else do you have, honestly? You have an absolutely sterile main event scene with CM Punk and Undertaker constantly going after Sheamus.
Hollywood, California, weighing 223 pounds.
Like, I love Sheamus, but he needs, like, fresh challengers, you know? SmackDown has had the same main event scene all year.
I thought this might happen. There's no way he was going to find a partner.
Hold on, who's his partner?
Speak too soon, King.
No way! MVP! MVP, after all this time, has found a new partner in Christian Cage.
Christian's out to get this started for his team.
Wow. Dude, we started this whole thing with MVP and Mark Henry as the premier men. And now, MVP has found himself a new best friend in the form of Christian Cage. Two TNA legends right here, by the way. Two TNA legends right here, teaming up here tonight on SmackDown. Let's see if they can get it done against Blonde and Beautiful right here.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to eat my words, Michael. Not only did he find a partner, he found a great one.
I don't know if he's a great one. I mean, honestly, MVP's been pretty ass for the majority of this universe mode. But we'll see if this new tandem between Christian and MVP can maybe turn his fortunes around. Because honestly, MVP could use it.
And there's a great
Like, he's been winning matches ever since he came over to SmackDown, but maybe he needs, like, something more concrete to turn his fortunes around. because it's clear that, oh, okay. Because it's pretty clear that, you know, single stuff is a little difficult for him at the moment. Maybe he needs like a wingman, you know?
Over the last 10 years,
I think maybe he needs a wingman, does MVP.
memorable moments in television history. And
Now Cody Rhodes could stop kicking Christian's back. Dude, they are just doing an excellent job of isolating Christian here.
That hand had a lot of force behind it.
Ziggler controlling the head.
I'm gonna be honest, like, Cody Rhodes and Dolph Ziggler being a team in this time frame just... I don't know, there's something visually pleasing about it. I don't know what it is. But it just makes sense in my mind, you know? I mean, obviously Cody Rhodes would be much different later on. Much, much different. But in this time period, this makes sense in my brain, you know? I could see something like this happening in real life.
Superstars in WWE.
Alright, Dolph Ziggler now isolating Christian in the in the face corner. I don't know if the... Okay, you know what? I don't know if this was the right move for MVP. Christian's currently getting the tar beaten out of him. And having limb work done on him in the corner. In the face corner, dude. MVP, get the fuck in there, dude.
Christian putting his body, his soul on the line. He might have to...
What the... Hey! Famouser! What? Dude, immediately. Dude, I'm gonna laugh if he gets the pin off of that. Okay, okay. I literally thought MVP was about to eat all the shit right there. That would have been so funny.
That was unreal.
What do you, Dolph? Come on, Mike.
That would have been hilarious.
I mean, when you start getting low, oh my, what a move by Ziggler.
Dude. This is gonna be real sad. Yep, it's sad. It's sad. It's sad. Everyone in this match has been released and come back at least once. No, you're right. Oh yeah, Ziggler... I mean, Ziggler did get released before he was Ziggler, yeah? You know, like, before he was Dolph Ziggler, he like, did get released, or at least sent back to OVW, you know?
Impressive suplex.
So here's a little bit of a question, chat. Was Ohio Valley Wrestling, like, actually in Ohio, or was that somewhere else? Like, where was that based, exactly?
What a kick that was.
Ziggler once, Cody once, MVP twice, and then Christian twice. It was in Kentucky, I think. How was it called Ohio Valley then?
And there's the count.
OVW is based in Kentucky. The Ohio Valley name comes from being near the Ohio River. Oh! Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Cody, crossroads.
Dude, they're so ass. They're so together. It's so dude. This is why we stopped following MVP, dude, because he's a freaking chump. He's a loser. This is why he's going to TNA. Genuinely the greatest loser of all time is MVP. Dude, he won the WWE title, lost it at Backlash, and ever since it has been low to low for him.
And Dolph Ziggler.
It's been nothing but lows for him ever since. Every single time we watch him, he gets his shit wrecked. You know? Every single time we watch him, MVP gets his shit wrecked. I don't think there's been a single stream where we've come in on a match of his and he just ends up winning. You know? He's always eating shit. Always. Always! Okay. Alright, number 1 contenders match for Intercontinental Championship. It's Kane that wins it. Women's title, Michelle McCool again. Kofi Kingston versus Drew McIntyre, and Drew McIntyre wins. Cody Rhodes and Dolph Ziggler are now allies with double spaces between ands. Genuinely the greatest loser of all time. He's so ass, dude. He cannot help but be fucking terrible. Oh, hey, that's great. Blonde and Beautiful are already gone. The Raging Climax is still here, though, even though they're feuding! This is a very good game. This is a very, very polished video game. Alright, 1 on tag, Mark Henry and Ricky Steamboat. Stone Cold wins for his team. Okay, so apparently Ricky Steamboat and Stone Cold are still friends, even though, you know, he's still palling around. Stone Cold's still palling around with the Sexayete. R-Truth, The Miz, and Chris Jericho, number 1 contenders match. The Miz wins. Right, Natalia and Maurice. Natalia wins. Main event. We've not seen TODO Americano this entire month. And Batista versus Shawn Michaels in an Iron Man match. Batista wins. Let's see here. Wait, so who's the number 1 contender to the WWE title then? Is it Batista? Hold on. Oh boy, Matt freaking Hardy. I don't want to watch any of this, dude. I don't want to watch any of this. Matt Hardy, Mark Henry. Matt freaking Hardy wins. Melina wins against Maurice. And R-Truth versus Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett wins. So does that mean Wade Barrett is going to be up in the ranks or no? Dude, are you kidding me? It's so ass, dude! It's ass! This whole go home week is ass from a butt. It's so shit, dude. It's poop from a butt. This whole final week is. Whatever, we're doing this. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Okay. Great. Well, I think we're watching TLC, chat. Okay. We have Chavo Guerrero, The Miz, and Ricky Steamboat for the United States Championship. Ricky Steamboat coming out the other end with a title shot here at TLC. Probably from all the times that he beat Jack Swagger. And finally, in the main event, TODO Americano decides to come to work as he takes on Batista. Wow, okay, a month-long nothing burger built into an actually fascinating show. I mean, to be fair, we did have the Sexayete versus Ricky Steamboat, which actually had a bit of intrigue behind it. But just something about it just kind of lost me towards the end there, you know? Wow. Okay, well, you know what? I kind of want Ricky Steamboat to win this shit, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, well, we actually kind of have a sick show here. We have Chavo, The Miz, and Ricky Steamboat. Drew, Kane, and MVP for the Intercontinental Championship. Beth Phoenix, Michelle McCool for the women's title. John Morrison and R-Truth, the Shamans of Truth, taking on David Hart Smith and Tyson Kidd A TLC match, Sheamus, Undertaker, and CM Punk. Wow, it's the entire SmackDown main event scene. And then in the main event, Batista gets another shot at the WWE Championship as he takes on TODO Americano in a TLC match himself. Okay, well, we actually kind of have a show here. I think we should watch this, Chad. I think we should watch all of this tonight. Actually, I think we should watch all of this here tonight. All right, but first, I think that we need to go and take a break here, chat. And then when we come back, we'll go ahead and we'll watch the show, okay? So I will see you all in just a few minutes. Hi everyone. Welcome back to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. We are at TLC here, and it's honestly turning out to be a stacked show, despite, you know, a month long of so-so build. Going down the card here, as a bit of a reminder, we have, of course, Chavo Guerrero, The Miz, and Ricky, the Dragon Steamboat, in a triple threat match for the United States Championship. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping that Ricky gets this one. Intercontinental Championship, Drew McIntyre, Kane, and the perennial greatest loser of all time, the GLOAT, the new GLOAT MVP. Or the bloat, you could probably say. Whichever one you want. This fucking dude loses matches for lunch. So we're going to see if he can pull one out here and win the IC belt. Beth Phoenix and Michelle McCool for the women's title. John Morrison and R-Truth, the Shamans of Truth, taking on the newly minted heels, the Hart Dynasty, for the World Tag Team Championships. A triple threat match containing what may as well be the entirety of SmackDown's main event scene. It is Sheamus, Undertaker, and CM Punk in a triple threat TLC match. And in the main event, it is another TLC match where Batista tries to get his belt back from TODO Americano, the newly minted champion, TODO Americano, who, you know what? I was high on him at the start of this stream, but now that we're here at TLC, I'm not a fan of him because he's just Brock Lesnar-ing the title now, you know? He's just taking the belt and then we don't see him for a month, not until the pay-per-view, and he doesn't even have a Paul Heyman to keep him interesting, you know? He's just showing up whenever he feels like it. I know for a fact that Batista wouldn't do that. Batista was a proud champion. He wanted to be there as often as he could. But not this guy. So you know what, Batista? You fucking take the belt back from him. You go and do that, brother. Now then. US title triple threat. Let's do it. Hopefully everyone's having a fun time here tonight. Because I certainly am. I am very, very excited to get this pay-per-view underway. Ooh! There he is, chat. The man of the year. The biggest rising star in WWE in our universe mode. Went from absolutely nothing until he got traded to Raw, where he rose up the ranks, and now he's one of the biggest stars.
The United States Champion, Chavo Guerrero.
Never thought you would see the day where this man won his singles gold. That's not a That's our man right there. Currently the longest reigning champion in wrestling right now. He won this belt back at the Bash in June. It is now the end of December, and he still has the belt right here. But he faces his biggest challenge yet when he defends it against Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, who recently lost his tag team partner in the Sexayete. And The Miz.
From Cleveland, Ohio, weighing 231 pounds,
I will say that, much like the world title on SmackDown, the US title scene is kind of a revolving door, but with the introduction of Ricky Steamboat, it is shaking up a little bit.
From Hawaii, weighing 237 pounds, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
I always thought that Ricky Steamboat was, like, smaller than that, right? I always thought that he was, like, 20 pounds lighter than what he is. Maybe it's only because of what I know him from. What? Mark Henry? Oh, I'm hungry. Actually, no, that's Big Show.
You are looking live in this sold-out arena. History in the making.
Dude, you want to talk about people that have done jack, that have neither done jack nor shit in a while? You have to remember that he's small for 1980s standards. That is true. But in this match, I'm pretty sure he's the largest guy. So.
What must he be thinking now?
Well, he just got moved over here.
But no, you're right. I suppose. I'm sorry. Jerry, did you just say that Chavo just got moved over here? He has been on this program ever since April. He has held the United States Championship for 6 months at this point. He is a top guy on this promotion. Frankly, the fact that he's being challenged like this for the first time in a while, it says volumes about the kind of champion that he's been. Oh yeah, I suppose this is no DQ.
Flexibility. The Dragon with the arm.
I suppose this here is no DQ. But it's like all triple threats right here between the two, like, you know, mid-card titles. As is often the case, honestly. But no, I do have to remember that Ricky is small for like 1980s standards. And what's big, and by like today's standards, he is in fact kind of above average, rather kind of like average size, honestly.
The champ counters, and you see the result.
Let me get some music here.
Has the headlock. Hard shot to the skull.
There you go.
Miz squeezing down on the head.
I think that's good mid-card music right there. Bowser's Inside Story. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I hydrated like a minute ago.
Into the headlock. Huge shot to the temple. What a shot.
All right, a big old schmoz here. Man, they're just ganging up on Steamboat. They are.
Now taking this match outside. The ref can only watch and observe.
They hate to see a dragon happy, chat. You know what? Even though that Chavo has been an incredible U.S. champion, and that he's held the belt for longer than I ever could have expected him to, I wouldn't be surprised if he loses the belt, right? Oh my god! What a sequence! 1, 2, nah. Would have been a for sure ROH upper card guy if he came around 20 years later. Absolutely. I mean that's why he was kind of on the program in its early years, too. He just seems like tailor-made for that sort of thing. But instead, he's over here on TLC fighting for the US title, which, you know what? That's okay. I would like for him to win it here tonight. Frankly, the fact that we got any of the legends up to this point is insane to me. This doesn't feel like it should even be happening, because the legends, like, between all the legends in this game, we have The Rock, we have Stone Cold, we have Terry Funk, we have Jake Roberts. None of them have even sniffed their mid-card titles yet. All except for Ricky. But frankly, I think it's time for Chavo to move up the ranks, you know? He has proven himself to be a great US champion. It actually does make the Raging Climax seem funnier. Athletic Family Man teamed up with Yeti exploring his sexuality. That's Yeti exploring his sexuality, brother. Get it straight. Bro, imagine Ricky Steamboat versus Bryan Danielson. Dragon versus Dragon.
Controlling the waist.
I don't know what's gonna happen here.
I mean, that right there was like a mid-2010s 2K game classic, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. That right there's a 2K classic. This would have fed families in 2007. Dude, it would have. Dude, I need to like I need to start a new file in CEW and start booking ROH just so I can book Ricky Steamboat versus Bryan Danielson in 2004. I just think that would be very, very based. And then I would delete the file, then go back to TNA. Because Ring of Honor is very hard. The Dragon's last ride in Ring of Honor. I mean, it would put butts in seats, I feel like, you know?
You may not like Miz, and quite frankly, I don't. You're not alone. But you've got to give the devil his due. He's good, but he knows it. He could pin his opponent right here.
One, nah. I mean, Chavo's just taking his licks in this match, dude. If he retains the belt here, I will be very surprised.
He lights up his chest with a chop. The Dragon. Good teamwork.
I mean, like what other matches could he have in Ring of Honor? Like, he could obviously do, you know, Samoa Joe, CM Punk. I don't know why my mind's going to Caprice Coleman, but he could also do that too, I guess. Nigel. Dude, Nigel McGuinness would be awesome, I feel like.
When the Dragon won the Intercontinental Championship.
Yeah, over 93,000 fans watched in amazement that night. Looks like we're watching in amazement right now.
I'm trying to think of, like, who else is in Ring of Honor at that time. I mean, like, Colt Cabana's also there. Let's see.
Wells throwing across the chest.
I'm not going to say Ace Steel because, I don't know, I just feel, like, viscerally averse to that idea. Ricky versus Steve Corino would be sick. That'd be awesome. It's funny because I also have Steve Corino in my TNA save in TEW, and he's feuding with Christian Cage right now. For some reason, Ring of Honor also signed Jeff Hardy while I had him on my roster. And he was like Ring of Honor champion for like 6 months, at least. And the entire time it was just really weird to look over on his profile and see Jeff Hardy, Ring of Honor world champion. And I'm thinking to myself, that sounds like it would be absolutely rejected by Ring of Honor people, you know, by Ring of Honor fans. That feels like it would be absolutely rejected by Ring of Honor fans.
The unorthodox offense. I don't know if I'd say that's unorthodox.
Am I wrong or am I right? Because, like, Ring of Honor fans, especially at that time, he did appear in Ring of Honor once in, like, 2004. He got booed out of the fucking building. Okay, great. So I'm not crazy. I mean, like, listen, dude. Listen. If he was so awful, then why did he hold the Ring of Honor title for over half a year in my save? I mean, I didn't book that. I didn't give it to him. He just kind of got it. Because apparently, I guess Gabe Sapolsky was just a giant Hardy mark, you know? Which, to be fair, he was also doing the Willow gimmick. Oh, what? He was doing the Willow gimmick in 2004 Ring of Honor? Okay, well, I mean, like, Jeff Hardy was, you know, in my save, Jeff Hardy was just Jeff Hardy. So, which honestly, if he was just, you know, himself in Ring of Honor and he was just doing his usual Jeff Hardy stuff, I think that would at least be exciting, you know? Now is it I'm gonna beat Samoa Joe, CM Punk, and Daniel Bryan exciting? I don't think so. You know? I don't think it's that exciting, you know? Well, okay, cool. I feel like if Jeff Hardy just came in and beat everybody, including Samoa Joe, CM Punk, and Bryan Danielson, I feel like he would be like, okay, I'm sick of this fucking guy, you know? Yeah, I feel like it would take a minute for you know, people to warm up to him in the case of like, wait, what the fuck is this like WWE guy doing here in Ring of Honor? But like, if he was just coming in and doing his usual shtick, I think that would at least get some mileage, you know? It would definitely make him stand out on the roster, so.
Miz, the 230-pounder from Cleveland, Ohio, possesses an incredibly aggressive...
Like, you get him and Matt together, they'd instantly be going after the Briscoes. Instantly, dude. I mean, that would be a main event feud right there, so.
Are you surprised at all by the reaction these fans give to this?
Well, no, not really. The Miz has already made most people wish his parents had never met.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. Wait. Oh my god, Chavo Guerrero with the concussion. Is he gonna put this thing away? Please put this away. Jeez. Oh, no. Matt Hardy in my save didn't sign with Ring of Honor. What the? Oh my god! Wow! Seriously, athletic stuff. Please wrap it up on the big fucking like teleprompter. Please wrap it up. Dude, I had an absolutely abysmal time watching the summer Please Wrap It Up Fest. No way. Is he actually gonna do it? One. Dos. Trace. Chavo Guerrero might do it right here. Holy shit. Common feeling with Jeff Keighley shows. What? What, just please wrap it up? Back, had to restart my computer because the Unity project wouldn't open. I didn't know you did Blender, Raven. Actually, no. Blender and Unity are not the same thing. Having a miserable time watching that. I mean, dude, listen, I said it right at the beginning. Oh, no way! Dude, Chavo is fighting to keep this belt for another month. No way. No way. Dude, I thought he was about to cost himself there. Because trying to break up the pin with a weapon never goes well. It never goes well in this game, I feel like. Oh my god! On the turnbuckle, dude! Dude! Just absolutely taking it to Chavo right there. Please wrap it up. Wrap this shit up, please.
He's going for the pin. This could be it. One.
I mean, I am having fun, but yes.
I think I saw a pin fly out.
Miz controlling the...
Do you think that Ricky and Jeff in 2004 would go hard or just be very weird? We said 20 minutes. You're going over.
busts off that slam. One. Oh, talk about a timely save.
You really need to take your freaking opponent down, dude.
Oh, I can feel that one out here.
Nice.
The Dragon controlling the waist.
That'll cause some damage.
He's going back outside.
I literally thought the crowd was chanting, "This is awful," for a second.
Steps have to weigh over 200 pounds.
Do something. Anything.
And again, he moves to the outside.
Ricky versus Shev is a match people still be putting on top 10 matches you never knew happen videos.
Leg connected. Hey. Uppercut.
Yeah, that like feels like it would just be like memory hold, you know? Because Ricky versus Jeff Hardy just sounds like something that would happen and then people would immediately forget about. Even though these are like two, like, you know, like objectively good workers, they're like, well, why would you match them up? No way! The Miz has won the United States Championship.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Idea Maker. Oh, what the fuck? This looks about right for the TLC pay-per-view. Yeah, Ricky Steamboat, Chavo Guerrero, and The Miz. Dude, The Miz steals the belt. Chavo's 6-month reign has been snapped, and your new United States champion has been crowned in The Miz. Dude, you know what that means, right? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. I really wanted Ricky Steamboat to win that. But you know what that means, chat? I do have a bit of good news for you. This potentially opens Chavo up to go after the WWE Championship. Chat, I think you know what I'm I think you know what I'm shooting for when I say that. I think you know the agenda. Chavo main event WrestleMania. Yes, please, dude. We've been building this guy up for months now. You know? We've been building this fucking dude up for months. Come on. Like, come on, dude. It is time. It is time for this man to ascend to the very top of WWE. Like, he won the US title, he had a fantastic run with it, but now it's time for greener, brighter pastures. And those pastures being the WWE Championship. It's possible, dude. He is number 4. He is number 4 in the rankings. Swagger is champion again. Did I miss something? Oh no, that's TODO Americano, brother. I don't know why the game is glitching and giving me Jack Swagger. That's TODO Americano, brother. Although, based on what I've heard, our backstage interviewers do have a bit of interview time tonight with TODO Americano. And they'll be catching up with him before his big match tonight against Bautista. Oh, how insensitive of me, LOL. Like, did you know that Jeff Hardy and Ricky Steamboat faced one-on-one at Ring of Honor Supercard of Honor 2004? If not, well, now you did. Did you know that Jeff Hardy and Ricky Steamboat faced off one-on-one at Ring of Honor's Supercard of Honor pay-per-view in the year 2004? Well, if you didn't, you do now. I'm a very simple guy, chat, and what I want most out of this life is for Chills to fucking voice over WWE ranking videos. Listen, Chills voicing over WWE ranking videos would be 10 times better than whatever AI slop is infesting now. So if the trend of the most irrelevant member of the trio wins the match continues, then Kane is our new IC champion. I mean, I feel like he has the most chance to win this belt out of everyone here, because Drew feels at this point like the most paper champion of all time. MVP is the bloat. So like, it's gotta be Kane, dude. I've seen the videos of the AI having a stroke trying to say WWE. No, what they're saying is WWE was. They have no problem saying WWE. But what they have a problem with is saying WWE was. That specifically is what sends them into a fit. Kane the gloat? Not in this universe. He's been quietly winning matches. Meanwhile, our guy here, MVP, can barely freaking do anything. I love when the AI goes full Vinny Vine Sauce weed whacker noise. Dude, absolutely. I know Vinny loves it too because he's reacted to them like twice. So chat, are we gonna be popping hard if MVP wins this one? Because I'm gonna be popping hard. I'm not gonna I don't know about you. The Intercontinental Championship on the line here. I was watching Kamen Rider Zetst, and one of the bad guys died in the strangest manner by turning into a pile of papers. That right there is, that right there is what, American capitalism does to you. It just turns you into the object you never wanted to become. All right, here we go.
So this will be a triple threat match. Pinfalls and submissions are in effect, and the first competitor to get one of those will win the match.
Okay, so I feel like Kane's gonna win this one, chat. I absolutely think Kane's gonna win this one. Actually, no, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna set up predictions now. Secret government dream manipulation. So wait, did they die in their dreams? Here, we'll do 2 minutes of prediction. And they died turning into paper. That is... So wait, so they died in their dreams by turning into paper.
He drops the elbow.
And then they also died in the real world by turning into paper. That's like some, weird abridged version of a body horror.
Drew McIntyre goes behind.
That's my new favorite creepypasta, when I watched Kamen Rider and then the people on screen turned me into paper.
Kane from behind.
I could do nothing, for I could not scream because I was paper.
Remember, there are no countouts in this contest. This match could end up anywhere. And that one hurt.
All right, who wins, chat? You got 1 more minute to predict.
These competitors can do whatever they
Around 1 more minute.
Just driving his hands into the throat.
Kane.
I think that barricade's about to come into play.
Still the Gum King is what should be a phenomenal main event. Here the Knuckles connect.
Especially with TODO Americano and Batista there. They're absolutely going to beat the dog shit out of each other. So... last words are probably, remember to recycle me. Honestly, dude, Dude, honestly, that is kind of scary, where, like, you're turned into paper against your will. I watched a fun episode of Kamen Rider, and then the Kamen Riders Kamen Ridered all over my screen and turned me into paper. Worst. It was the worst freaking night of my life, Lois. Yeah, like, they're just going right to the outside in this one. There's no pretense here. They're just gonna fucking beat the fuck out of each other here.
Was personally recruited by the chairman of the WWE, Mr. McMahon.
Yeah, that has to put a lot of pressure on this young man. You don't want to disappoint Mr. McMahon after he goes out on a limb and picks you. What a haymaker!
Cinematic dialogues. Peter Griffin running from a plain image. Never watched the Kamen Rider episode where you turned to paper. Worst mistake of my life. Dude, Woobs, you and I had a shared brain cell moment because I was thinking the exact same thing. Oh my god, dude, serial elbow drops? You know what, dude? If I was Christian, I would be pretty pissed off at MVP right now because, like, I pick you and you're the reason that we lost our tag match. And now you're the one that's getting a title shot? What kind of bullshit is that? You know? Like, why the hell is the greatest loser of all time getting a title shot when I can't even get on the program? You know? Now here you are getting a title shot while I'm not even booked. Done playing Saints Row 2 for the day. Time to lock in on SVR 11. We're happy to have you here, Infinite. Thank you. Well, we're right here in the second of 2 triple threat matches on the night. Actually, 3 triple threat matches because we have this one and then we have the world title match later on. Which may as well just include the entirety of the SmackDown main event scene. Oh, wow! Okay. The old Irish whip into the scoop slam? That's good. But no, we're happy to have you here, Infinite. Thank you. Hopefully you had fun with SVR. No, hopefully you had fun with Saints Row 2, is what I mean to say. I've not played it ever since I was like a teenager, so... You know, before they went all, you know, goofy goober mode. Because I'm more familiar with their goofy goober era than I am with their not goofy goober era, when they were trying more... And when they were trying harder to be GTA light. I'm happy to be here and not passing out like I was last time. Oh, wait. Did you pass out last time? If you did, that's fine. I'm just asking. I've been told that my voice is soothing. What? Drew McIntyre! That was a sick as fuck Future Shock. What?
This one's about hard.
1, 2. Well, at the very least, MVP didn't eat the freaking pinfall. At the very least, MVP didn't eat the pinfall, but is it really that much better? I would argue not. But either way, MVP got the win. No, he did. He never gets any wins. Drew McIntyre gets the win here. Drew is my second choice. Well, you should have picked him, brother. Because look who just won. Drew McIntyre retains the Intercontinental Championship here tonight at TLC. So we've had a new champion and we had a retention already here. Let's go ahead Yeah, I fell asleep. Think I asked my brother to say goodnight or something, but I genuinely can't remember. Chat, is my voice soothing? Should I invest in wrestling ASMR content? Or am I too nasally? Or maybe the nasaliness helps. I don't know what all gets people to sleep. Mostly when I sleep, I just listen to, like, Skyrim nighttime music. Listen, dude, I'll tell you this. If you sleep to, like, the Skyrim nighttime score, you will have the best dreams of all time. You will have the greatest dreams that you have ever dreamt. It's literally like Ascension right there. In your brain, you are ascending in real time. It's the best feeling of it. It is the best feeling ever. So chat, I hate to be that guy, right? Actually, no. You know what? We'll see this match through. Beth Phoenix versus Michelle McCool. In a women's title match. Last time I saw a death this crazy was with DC's The Spectre punched a criminal with death by paper cut with all the dollar bills she stole? Dude, that's like torture. Like, it's literally a death by 1,000 cuts, you know? Like, literally, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. Michelle's screen pose, though. I know, she's like, dude, she is stunting on him. Yeah, shame on me for almost skipping Beth Phoenix. We don't do that.
WWE Women's Championship. Approaching the ring from Buffalo, New York, she is the WWE Women's Champion, the Glamazon, Beth Phoenix.
Okay, well that right there makes more sense to me. The Glamazon Beth Phoenix sounds better to me. Instead of Beth Phoenix, the Glamazon. First name Beth, middle name Phoenix, last name the Glamazon. And another time in Batman the Brave and the Bold when the Spectre turned a gangster into cheese for a horde of angry mice. To be fair, that feels less torturous than dying by 1,000 cuts via the dollar bills you stole. You know? Because, like, if it's a bunch of mice, at least it's gonna be done quick, you know? If you're dying by 1,000 cuts, your tormentor has complete control over how long that takes, you know? It could be all at once, or it could be, like, slow one by one, you know? It depends on, like, if you're... It depends on if your tormentor is, like, a sadist or not. You know? If they're, like, a turbo sadist, then you're kind of fucked there. They are just kind of boned there, you know? At least with the mice are not capable of the rational thought. They just go after the cheese, you know? Even if it's like, especially if it's like 1,000 of them, it's gonna be over very fast, you know? It's gonna be over faster than it was for the billionaires in the Ocean Gate submarine, you know?
There's the bell, and here we go. The first competitor.
Like 1 minute you're gonna be thinking, oh man, I'm cheese, and then the next minute you will not be thinking anything else, you know?
I'll tell you, Michelle,
those are just flying around her until there was only a giant mass of blood. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, that right there's torment, you know? At the very least, if you're cheese and there's a bunch of mice, it's gonna be over faster than that, you know?
when they faced off last
Again, it's gonna be faster than the friggin' billionaires dying in the Ocean Gate submarine. So... Wait, hold on. I don't want to do that just yet. We'll do Pokemon Stadium 2.
Oh, what a shot!
That Phoenix with the arm.
She's got her.
Women's championship is on the line.
By the way, the Spectre and the Brave and the Bold was voiced by Mark Hamill. Did Mark Hamill voice anybody else, or was it just that? Most insane death I've ever seen is in Saints Row 2, funnily enough. The leader of one of the rival gangs gets baited into attacking the player at one of their friends' funerals, just for the funeral to be a ruse to bury him alive.
And see who all the Slammy Award winners are.
Well, listen, brother. That right there sounds like an awesome prank. So, the rivals gang gets baited into attacking the player at one of their friends' funerals, just for the funeral to be a ruse to bury him alive. I mean, that right there is a friggin'... I mean, that right there is a prank for the ages, so, you know.
Be sure to check out WWE.com for the Daily Diva. Ooh.
The Daily Diva, huh? I feel like if we're going off of this game, that's a pretty small rotation. Unfortunately.
And she gets slammed to the floor. She's hooked.
Michelle McCool from behind.
I'm gonna be honest, chat. The entire women's division in this game is just like a rotation of the same like 3 matches. It is very sterile so far. I feel like in order to make it more interesting, we need to like actively step in and do something ourselves. Because obviously just standing by and waiting for it to happen, like in this game, it's not gonna happen. We have to do it ourselves.
What's the deal with Michelle McCool?
You know?
Well, she thinks she's the best, and she'll gladly tell you about it if you want to take the time to listen.
And I'm sure we'll be able to see the handprint left by that chop. Okay, what would you expect Michelle to do here? That Phoenix.
Right now, her speed's been neutralized.
She will do Beth Phoenix, chat.
Amazon look concerned. Are you kidding? Not in the least.
These bitches gay, good for them.
Michelle McCool controlling the head.
A suplex like that takes a lot of power and delivers a lot of impact.
Another insane death I saw was in the Mortal Kombat movie I saw yesterday. Though since that's newer, I won't spoil it. All I'll say is it involves Kung Lao's hat. Is it like... Oh man, I can already imagine what it is. It's probably like him slicing up a guy, yeah?
She's got her.
It's probably him slicing up a guy with his hat.
That's like running headfirst into a brick wall, ladies and gentlemen. Right to the back of the head.
Bam! Oh, look at this.
Nice. Well, speaking of TEW, chat, and women's wrestling, I'm gonna say right now, making an actual, like, good women's division outside of WWE and TEW, you know, in the mod I'm playing, is next to impossible, I feel like. Like, you really, really need to invest in them. Like, you really need to freaking invest in the women on your roster, otherwise nothing is going to happen. You'd have to see for yourself. It's really good. Like, was the movie itself good? I've honestly not heard too terribly much about the new Mortal Kombat movies. But it seems like, you know, in recent times, it's kind of, you know, the series as a whole is really, like, you know, finding a new peak. So...
Good night.
Especially with it being the most story-dense, you know, of the fighting games out there. Or at least, like, the game series that tries to do the most with its story.
That's in trouble.
Because obviously, like, you can look at things like Tekken and Street Fighter and stuff like that, and you could see, like, you know, inklings of story, and, you know, like, over time, it's gotten more complex. But in terms of, like, just going all in on their, like, you know, world building and their lore, Mortal Kombat seems like the one that's done it the most.
Michelle.
All right, hold on. Are we actually gonna? Dude, I think Michelle's gonna get it back here. Spear!
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Is it really? Fuck. No, we're not doing that just yet. We are not doing that just yet, dude. Wait, I missed the Styles clash that he did. Rather, that she did. Yeah, she absolutely won it here. 1, 2, 3. Yep, Michelle got it again. Michelle McCool is now the women's champion once again. You're not enough for her, chat. And neither am I.
Here's your winner and the new WWE Women's Champion, Michelle McCool.
Congrats again to Michelle McCool for winning the title for the second time in this universe mode. Honestly, the women's titles have not really changed hands that much. The titles in general have not changed hands too much, to be perfectly honest with y'all. It's mostly been kind of like the same few people holding, you know, holding the belts. With the exception of MVP, because MVP won the belt and then he lost it to Cena. And then Cena lost it a month later to Batista. But ever since then, MVP has just been a shell of his former self. Even when he has, like, opportunities to, like, do stuff, he never takes them, dude. He never, ever, ever takes them. Hold on, is the Raging Climax still a threesome? It's still a threesome, dude. Somehow, it is still a 3-person deal. Somehow, the Raging Climax is a 3-person deal still. I don't even know how that's possible at this point, considering that, you know, the Sexayete has freaking costed Ricky Steamboat multiple times in matches.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
How do you clean your feet? You bend, stretch, and you
How do you
can't
clean your
reach.
feet,
Keeping
chat?
your tired feet looking young is such a chore, but not anymore. This is Easy Feet, a revolution in convenience. A foot massage every day. Easy Feet has over 1,000 rejuvenating bristles to gently massage and clean the top, the bottom. And
This makes me feel things, chat.
So make ugly, dry.
I don't know what it makes me feel, but it makes me feel them.
Makes me feel a lot more confident when wearing my strappy shoes.
Easy Feet will literally change the
While
way you
wearing
feel
my
forever.
strappy shoes.
This design not only cleans your feet, but massages and gently exfoliates. And
This
eliminates
makes me
dirt.
feel
And most
uneasy.
importantly, Easy Feet cleans
But usually you gotta get this stuff for free, chat.
Great because you don't have to bend
Actually,
over and
no.
worry about slipping
Chat,
and falling.
usually you need to, like, be buying this stuff on, like, OnlyFans and stuff. But here at the Long Boy Club, you get it for free.
Easy Feet to any smooth shower or tub surface, or even the wall. Turn your bath into a foot spa with Easy Feet. It's like a car wash for your feet. Refresh those tired feet. Easy Feet is perfect for athletes of all ages to help eliminate that foot odor.
My feet look 10 times better.
They're
I
actors.
love it. I love Easy Feet.
It feels great.
Leave an Easy Feet in every tub and every shower. Don't get into bed and dirty your sheets when it only takes a minute to clean your feet. So stop doing that one-legged dance in
There's
the shower.
so much
and stop
rhyming in
ignoring
these,
your
chat.
feet. Call now and we'll send you Easy Feet for only $14.99. But when you call, we'll send you a second Easy Feet absolutely free. Just pay separate processing. So that's 2 Easy Feet for only $14.99. This double offer won't last long, so call now.
Would you get Easy Feet, chat? And the tiger poster! Everything comes with the cool tiger poster, chat. As it should. You hang it up on the wall right next to your Easy Feet. You could scrub and stare at the cool tiger poster. Is the tiger poster waterproof? I mean, that right there is the surprise, brother. You gotta put it up and find out. Find out for yourself. It's fun. We promise. No refunds.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
It's fun. Try it for yourself. No refunds. Alright, Shamans of Truth versus the newly minted heel, Heart Dynasty. Alright, let's do it. Thinking about that tiger poster, brother. As you should. Alright. These three teams, the Raging Climax and these two right here, are like the only two teams in this whole division that get anything, chat. It's honestly a little frustrating after all the work we've done. I guess I shouldn't be like too upset considering that this is just, you know, it's 2010 Tag Team Wrestling WWE. But still, you know? Can you not edit in more tag teams? We've been doing that. I can like add some, I can let the universe add some, but they always either break up very unceremoniously or they just never get anything. Like Zach Henry and Mark Henry, we've not seen either of those guys teaming together in a little bit, you know? It's been a minute since we've seen both of those guys teaming together. I genuinely think the game just kind of forgot about them.
From Charlotte, North Carolina, weighing 235 pounds, R-Truth.
All right, R-Truth versus the Heart Dynasty.
And introducing the challengers from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, at a combined weight of 449 pounds, Tyson Kidd and David Hart Smith, the Hart Dynasty.
These frickin' dickheads, dude. They think that just because the Raging Climax is not on speaking terms right now, that they could just swoop in here and start doing whatever they want. Well, they might be right, honestly, because, dang.
And that's what it's all about. That's the prize.
The Sexayete and Ricky Steamboat are not on speaking terms right now, chat. Not after what the Sexayete did to them. But no, I'm gonna be honest. Booking like good women's programs in you know a TW's mod, rather it's like mid 2000s mod, it's a little bit hard. It's a little bit hard because like in it, unless you're like in WWE, no one knows who you are. You know.
The way he feels about his opponent tonight, I would expect this match to turn bowling shoe ugly. Hey!
It is very, very hard to like get, you know, the audience to care when like, when, like, you know, the best, you know, the best that you have at that point is kind of like an unseasoned Awesome Kong, you know? Which, like, I love Awesome Kong, as does everybody, you know? But, like, the best I have, aside from her, is probably Gail Kim and China, who doesn't want to lose to anybody, you know? Even though the only way that we're gonna build people up is really only if they lose to her, you know?
Now with complete control.
Like, the only way that any women are gonna be built up on TNA is if I make people lose to China.
If you want to see the rules for the Royal Rumble match, go to WWE.com. Boy, Royal Rumble time again. I can't wait.
All right, hold on. Let me put the music on. Let's do it. There we go.
The tag is made.
Like, I would really enjoy, you know, adding a, you know, really good women's division like in 2005 TNA, but the fact is, the pickings are a little bit slim, and no one is really built in popular yet, you know? It's like I have to build it up all, you know, all by myself.
Morrison goes behind.
A grazing shot there.
The quick kick. Right down the neck.
Nice.
There's the tag.
All right, Ron.
Nails the head scissor. And he has to make a
let's see if you have what it takes here to take down the newly healed Hart Dynasty.
Morrison from behind.
You know, I haven't really given these guys matching gear yet, have I?
John Morrison, and maybe thinking that this guy's all flash, but there's a lot of substance there. I talked to Morrison a lot in the back, and this young man is extremely intelligent and very motivated. What an impact from that kick!
But, like, I don't know. I feel like that the fact that they're just kind of like, you know, opposites of each other, or at least like they contrast each other a little bit, you know, I feel like that's kind of like what makes it a good team. So,
You hear how his leg connected? Oh, tremendous.
even though we've seen so much of them over time,
Something big here. His partner is in bad shape.
I don't know, maybe I'm just happy because we're seeing a new match out of these two. Because for like the past 4 months, it's been nothing but them versus the Raging Climax. But still, Morrison be wearing jeans with spray paint, or Truth wearing fur coats and bedazzled lights? I mean, like, probably fur coats and bedazzled lights for Truth. Because I feel like that, you know, because I feel like even if you give him that, that still fits his gimmick, you know? But the best I could do in this game is just, like, give them color-coded uniforms, you know?
Once a year, ladies and gentlemen, and you're a part of it, the revolutionary TLC pay-per-view.
I mean, yeah, that's really the best I could do in this format. Just give them, like, matching color-coded uniforms. I can't really, like, you know, make Truth's gear more fuzzy, or, you know, give Morrison chains or anything like that.
Tyson Kidd into the headlock. A nice veteran-like counter from the young Tyson Kidd. Tyson Kidd with the arm.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
And he lights up his chest with a shot. Look at the agility.
Nice. That was really good there from Morrison.
John Morrison loves to work at an accelerated pace.
Again, we got a bunch of Lucha Underground legends right here. Johnny Mundo, Tyson Kidd, David Hart Smith, and Ron Killings. All 4 incredible Lucha Underground legends right here.
He's taking out the trash.
Not to say, is he gonna do something exciting and like, and like do a springboard out to Smith or no?
Oh, look at this. Not the position you want to
Man, Smith is just not... Yeah, yeah, Smith is concussed. He has absolutely no clue what to do now. Hold on. Okay, neck breaker there. We love to see it.
Watch out here. That was unique.
A running bulldog there. From old D.A. Smith.
David Hart Smith controlling the arm.
He's in big trouble.
It's the first of its kind universe mode. I'm honestly excited, you know, to play WWE 12 because the universe mode in that is more in depth and there's more to see. So, you know, as much fun as I'm having with this, we have kind of seen everything it can do. So. Okay, well, True doesn't want anything of D.H. Smith, which I can't really blame him for. Oh, but Morrison's like, no, you gotta go in there and you gotta get some. I feel like R-Truth's gear had some more orange-brown to it. That'd make that match Morrison a bit better. Either that or make Morrison's gear monochromatic. Plus Alex Riley, crucially, the game has Alex Riley's only playable appearance, I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure that after that game, Riley was not in any other WWE titles of any kind. Maybe he was in, like, a mobile game, but I know he wasn't in, like, another console game.
David Hart Smith, part of the Hart Dynasty. He's classically trained, can apply any hold expertly, and brings a whole lot of power as well. And he does it one more time.
How about this? If they retain these belts, I'll give them matching gear. I could see like Morrison's gear being monochromatic.
John Morrison loves to win and loves to look good doing it.
Either that or we could, give Morrison monochromatic gear and then give Truth black and orange gear. And then maybe a third color scheme together.
And he finally gets out of the ring.
Maybe something that's a bit more white or gray,
Tyson Kidd likes to brag about being the last graduate from the famous dungeon. What's he planning here?
Oh, he's in trouble now.
But no, in 12 there's more cutscenes, there's more mechanics. There's, I feel like, a more interesting roster.
Morrison is hurt. Morrison might be out of this one.
Oh wait, hold on. R-Truth! R-Truth going on a run now. Alright, what's he gonna do? Nothing. God damn it, dude. Whoa, hello! Falcon Arrow.
Fantastic move by R-Truth.
That's insane. Dude, just pin him right there. It's not going to get much better than that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, never mind. Well, they retained. Good job. All right, the tag champs retained their belts right here. Right here at TLC, they've retained their belts against the newly healed out
Mario.
Tyson Kidd with the worst hair in WWE game history. What would you even call those tips at the front of his hair, Colton? Best pals forever. Okay, well, chat, I think it's about time that we go into the superstar threads and give them matching gear. Well, turning heel didn't really do them very well, huh? Charlie Brown hair? Dude, you really got that. Dude, you really got that peanut style cut that everyone's doing lately. You really got that, Peanuts hairstyle going on right now. Look at like friggin' Linus at the moment. All right, well, I think it's time that we give them some matching gear, chat. Here, let's do it. to Animal Crossing music. He got that wah 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 haircut. They got that blue blanket type beat, brother. Are they heel or face? They are face. Check out my new shoes. They're the brand new wah 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 type of beat. Gotta put face R-Truth in the white jeans. The white jeans are good, yeah. Here, in fact, I'll do it better. I'll do you one better, brother. Wait, what's it called? The charismatic one. What's up? I only speak the truth. And a Slammy Award winner, R-Truth. So yeah, we'll put him in some brownish jeans. First off. Well, orangish jeans, I should say. Oh no, that's like poop brownish. I want to try to get like orangish. There we go. I feel like that's okay. Right? White jeans and make Morrison into the old Johnny Nitro pants. Well, hold on just a second. There you go. I was thinking the spray paint be orange. Oh. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Hold on, let's go back to the default. Okay. Because orange pants kind of makes them look naked. That's very true. Plus, I remember the last time we did orange pants, and it looks shit. A bit brighter, maybe. All right, hold on. I think that... You know what? That looks good. I like that a lot. And we'll take the jeans and we'll make them darker, too. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. We'll do black and orange. Black. Alright, Colton, Infinite, or anyone else in chat. How do you think I should do the white jeans on, Truth here? Should I, like, just make the jeans pure white and then the text black? Orange and black? It's Taz! Dude, I thought I was thinking of something there. Oh my gosh. That's insane. Dude, it's like washed white. Honestly, that looks pretty good. Well, let me find the... Hold on, let me find R-Truth. Jeans. White. Was he in white jeans at one point? That's stellar looking. You think so? You think it looks good? I think it looks pretty good, honestly. I think it looks pretty good, honestly. Light blue says something to me for some reason. Okay, I mean, we can fill out, like, you know, we can fill out all 3 slots on him. It will swap around the glove design, too. Essentially, we're just inverting the friggin' design here. Can I change his underpants color? Or no? Or is he just permanently in black underpants? White. And I mean, like, if we did light blue, that would literally just be, like, normal blue jeans with, like, R-Truth put on them. But, like, we could do that. That sounds fun. Especially if they're gonna be, like, a permanent fixture. And if we carry them into, you know, a WWE 12, then we can absolutely do that. Alright, let's see here. Jeans. Let's do light blue jeans here. No, that's like turquoise. That is also turquoise. Blue jeans. Like, should they be like this blue? I'm thinking they should be this blue, right? I'm a big fan of this blue, chat. I don't know about you. That looks good. That looks really good, honestly. What color is the truth? Red and blue? Pink could be yellow. You're right. Well, not piss yellow. I feel like that's a bit much. Here. It'll be kind of like a palish yellow. Like that. That's good. Look at that. Now we're cooking, brother. Now we're cooking with gas, I feel like. Should I change his glove color too? I kind of feel like I should change his glove color. To kind of similar to what we're doing here. At least do that, right? Maybe green for the second design. Green. Oh, like green jewels? I could see that. Here. Yeah, let's brine them up a little bit. Maybe give them a bit of a turquoise feel. No, that just looks like he has piss running down his pants there. Sure, I'm a fan of that. Sure, I'm a fan of that. Give him the Masawa jeans, green and white. Okay, brother. I can only do 3, unfortunately. And I just did the third one. Blue and yellow. Alright, well now we need to make Morrison matching gear, too. Either that or we can give him the Masawa jeans. We could at least see and then have a vote. But what if how about I meet you guys halfway? How about I give Morrison the Masawa jeans? And let that be like his singles attire, right? Truth Masawa jeans and Morrison Kenta Kobashi orange for no reason. You can see that. Oh, can I only, like... wash them to a certain extent. What? No. What? That's lame as fuck, dude. Look at this, chat. I can only, like, do the washed parts of it. I can only do the washed parts of his jeans. I can't do any other part. So this right here is gonna have to be what we do then. That stinks. Is this the game where you could do Goldust's outfit but not the face paint? It sure is, brother. It absolutely is the very same. Fine. Well, I guess we'll have to do this. Black and white. It's kind of cool to them have the reverse, the yin and yang. I don't know. I just enjoy the idea of these teams having matching gear, you know? I mean, like, the idea is for, like, you know, the teams to have matching gear so that they just don't look like, you know, any old team, you know? Like with this. At least in the case of R-Truth, we have the black and orange to kind of coincide with him. And then I gave Morrison black and white to coincide with Truth's normal attire. Alright, chat, I'm gonna have to meet you like a quarter way. I will meet you a quarter way, chat, okay? I'll have to do this green stuff here, right? Actually, no, it was mostly white with shades of green, right? It was mostly white with, like, highlights of green, right? Well, here. Sun like this. Sun like that, I think, is mostly fine for what we're trying to do here. You know, maybe giving some, like, turquoise stuff here. That looks... Dude, that looks good! That looks good, I feel like. For, like, essentially making the most out of a not ideal situation, I think this looks pretty good. I feel like if you kind of squint, you can see what he's going for. You know? Morrison in the weed jeans. Okay, well, now that you said weed, I don't know if I should name it Masawa. How about this? Masawa or weed. Misa weed. Sure, let's do it. Misa weed. I'm pretty sure I found that outside my house the other day, chat. Couldn't smoke it, but I did find it. And then I had to spray it with Roundup and get it ready to be mulched over, unfortunately. That's right, chat. I mulched Masawa. I'm sorry. I regret it. It won't happen again. Alright, David Hart Smith and Tyson Kidd's friendship has gotten even stronger. All right. Sheamus, Undertaker, better safe than sorry? Dude, that's cold to Misawa. Anyways, Sheamus defends the title against The Undertaker and CM Punk. Will CM Punk be able to finally win this belt? Or will Sheamus's reign continue for yet another month? It's honestly been a bit of a boring reign for Sheamus, and I feel like that largely comes down to SmackDown just not having that deep of a roster. Chat, this might be controversial, but do we do a draft? Like a mini draft at the end of this pay-per-view? Like a start of year, like start of WrestleMania season draft?
The Celtic Warrior.
I thought you had to get rid of some weed or something. I did in fact need to get rid of weeds, yes. But I was talking about getting rid of Misawa weed. Which was Misawa as a weed. Which I didn't feel good about doing, but I had to do it. It's for the greater good, chat. Giant Baba would have wanted it this way, I bet. Pre-Rumble trade sounds good. Like in an effort to even it out, SmackDown gets 3 guys and Raw gets 1.
Weighing in at 220 pounds,
I know just who to trade if he doesn't win here tonight, chat. I feel like we gotta trade CM Punk over to Raw. Yeah, I think we gotta trade CM Punk over to Raw if he fails here tonight. Maybe the WWE title is a bit more his speed at this point. That leave Gallows solo, though. I mean, he's on his way to TNA. It's alright. I mean, the game will book tag teams together in tag matches, whether they're on Raw or SmackDown.
Oh boy, look at the
Like, there are there are cross-brand tag matches in Universe mode all the time. So, like, it won't really make much of a difference to the game. Unless I draft both him and Gallows together, which I could do.
Here we go. And this is almost a double, triple threat. Not only do we have 3 competitors, but we have 3 different types of weapons surrounding the ring.
All right, here we go. TLC match. World Heavyweight title on the line, and I'm going to be honest, chat, this could take 5 minutes or 30 minutes. It really just kind of depends on what the game feels like.
We're at home tonight. These competitors are going to trade blows until someone falls off the ladder.
Oh, no. Ah, no! Dude, I thought The Undertaker was out of this thing. I thought that he was gone, dude. I thought that he was gone from this match for a second.
Again, the world title is on the line. Oh man, there's so many sharp edges on a ladder. That'll cut you open fast. Yeah.
Not just one kick there, but a combination of blows.
Jeez, okay. I thought Taker was gonna bump on the stairs. I literally thought that he was gonna be thrown out of the ring for a second. Unfortunately, I don't think I've seen that in this game yet. I don't think I've seen, like... Oh my god. Dude! Double Goozle!
Has the headlock.
A double Goozle onto Sheamus. Both Punk and Taker know who the threat in this match is, and it is the Celtic Warrior Sheamus. High times! That's what fucking Morrison is thinking when he wears the Misawa weed gear.
Undertaker has the arm. He's got him. Oh wow. Punk controlling
Dude, another double goozle to Sheamus. Another high times, brother.
Oh, man. Did you hear that?
Taker's urn hurts. I enjoy that this is what we're calling his penard right there. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's not on his penard this time. Listen, chat. You say penard because you're afraid of being hit by DMCA bots. I say penard because I think it's just funny to say. You and I are not the same. POV, you're like a 12-year-old kid on TikTok. I say penard because I think it's funny. You say penard because you're 12 and you're somehow worried about ad revenue. We're not the same. What do you mean that was uncalled for? It's a friggin'... It's a TLC match. Oh, shit. Hold on. Alright, Sheamus trying to clear the way and make himself some room to get this title. Oh, face planted on the friggin' barricade, dude.
Victory is within his reach, but can he grab it?
Heading back up the ladder.
Oh boy. Two of the biggest strikers in WWE. Going at it right here at the top of the ladder. Oh, but hold on. They're about to fall again. Oh, no. Undertaker choking his paninas on the top of the top rope right there. Destruction. The WWE champion? Dude. No way. No way. No way. Are they going to be so distracted that they don't... Okay, hold on. Ah! Oh! Ouch! Dude. Right on his back. His back has to be in agony right now, dude. Oh! And so does CM Punk's.
The barbaric, ruthless Sheamus.
The barbaric, nefarious Sheamus. I feel like punching the chair would do more harm to you than your opponent, but you know. Well, okay, cool. The Undertaker's just over there jogging in place now. Okay. He was fucking over there playing the running mini game in Wii Fit.
He's out of the ring again. Again, this is no disqualification. That's right.
The Undertaker thought that he was on the Wii balance board there for a second. Chat, so like I talked a little bit ago about something that I'm doing at the end of this month, and I'll do it here like after this match. Who all is here with me at the moment, if I may ask? Not to force people into chatting, but I have something that I kind of want to sort of announce to people, and I want to make sure that, you know, y'all are here for it, okay? I want to make sure that, you know, people are here to hear it. Oh, damn! It involves something I'm doing at the end of this month. I have something written down and everything, so... Oh my god! Dude, all of the ladder spots in this game are incredible. Undead treadmill. Again, he was over there playing like the running mini game in Wii Fit. Full mess. Destruction. I want to play Persona 3 Reloaded, chat. But unfortunately, money. And also time, because Persona games are long. Taker, what are you doing? I'm getting my steps in. I'm getting my steps in. The Wii is laughing at me! Oh, damn. Oh, no! Oh! Oh, Monards! Dude, Dude, Sheamus's little Celtic warriors are absolutely screaming right now.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, Sheamus is probably in the most jeopardy here that he's been ever since, like, Hell in a Cell when he first won the title.
With The Undertaker, the legend grows and grows. He almost took his head off with that lariat.
Oh, my fellas!
Shot to the ladder. Oh my gosh!
Oh no.
You know what's next?
It's the last ride! The last ride! But does Taker win?
Now trying to make the climb again.
Hold on.
Hands back on the title. Will it come down here?
Will it come down? Just about. Oh no. Dude, that's his shoulder, damn it. That right there is straight agony for your shoulder. Oh my god! He was about to freaking, like, crotch himself on the ladder. There is so much testicular torture in this match, chat. There is so much testicular torture in this match. But no, I do have something that, I want to, tell all of you and maybe remind some of you of when we get done with this match, okay? And then we'll finish up for tonight, okay? After the last match, I should say. Oh my god. I thought AJ and Shinsuke had too many nut shots. I mean, at least in this case, it makes sense because it's a hardcore match, you know? One man's balls will never be the same after this. At least in this, it's like, relatively... It makes relative sense for us to have so many nut shots. Dude, Sheamus is bleeding.
CM Punk, self-proclaimed Second City Saint, is looking extremely impressive.
Running with ladders too for a moment. I genuinely don't think the AI knows what to do at this point, you know? I don't think the AI knows exactly what to do at this moment.
Another shot with the ladder, and you can see welts forming from the impact.
Okay. Hold on. What? Okay. Another. Ah! His neck is absolutely shot right now. We'll see. Whoa! Dude, the weapons physics. The highest of times. I'm sorry. This is carnage right here. This is an absolutely insane match. Oh, and now CM Punk is busted open. Oh, okay, cool. I'm pretty sure Undertaker's got this one, but we'll see. This is an insane match, dude. It makes absolutely no sense. Whoa, dude! Dude, that ladder just spun around like twice. It did like 2 full rotations there, I feel like. I feel like that ladder just did like 2 full rotations.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Nope, 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 not yet, not yet, not yet. Oh my goodness, okay. No. 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 No.
How would you like to be in there, King? And stare into the face of the Undertaker.
How would you like to be in there, King? Oh, well, I would like it a lot. I love getting pummeled by the Undertaker. Ah! Dude, the Undertaker has just been pummeling everybody in this match. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's gonna hurt next Monday. Dude, at least they have until Tuesday. What? Okay. And CM Punk is just getting absolutely battered right now.
Oh! The dead man has the arm.
Get ready, folks. Get ready. That'll do some damage.
Chad, I'm pretty sure they forgot about the stipulation of this match and now they're just going after each other. We have 2 tables set up on the outside and neither of them are broken. Okay.
Undertaker brings such a
CM Punk. He has a chance here.
Sheamus into the headlock.
Oh, nice. Okay. The Bloody Boys. Now maybe the playing field has been leveled.
The Elliot Ness in the WWE would like nothing better than to enforce his own beliefs and lifestyle choices on the rest of the WWE. Oh, look at this! DDT! Laid out right on the table.
I'm about to say, Punk, if you can like set that up and climb it and end this match, I would like that a lot. Oh my God. Mark. Mark.
Oh, look at this.
And another table has entered the match.
What a mark, Raven.
CM Punk's as much attitude as he is talent. And both of those are extreme. Oh, ow!
Oh man. Okay, well, Punk managed to roll onto the ladder. We have another choke slam, dude. Okay, but Undertaker is distracted. CM Punk could climb up there and win this thing. CM Punk! CM Punk! CM Punk!
Would you look at this? Just blasting each other high.
No. No! Undertaker's gonna win it, dude. Undertaker might win this. Yep, Undertaker's got it! He's going into WrestleMania season with the world title!
Yes, another title for The Undertaker.
The Undertaker has successfully gotten the World Heavyweight Championship. Just in time for WrestleMania. His streak may be dead, but he's still a legend. Can he hold it until the biggest event of the year? Well, no, Infinite, you might recall that the Control R defeated the Undertaker's streak.
Look at the carnage laying around the ring.
He's got the briefcase. But will that Money in the Bank contract bring him the same success it's brought so many others in the past?
Money in the Bank! Chat, I'm pretty sure they had the wrong script. I'm pretty sure that Michael Cole's reading off the WrestleMania script. But that leads the question, will Undertaker be in Money in the Bank now? Who knows, really? Wrong format, son. I'm pretty sure they're reading the wrong sheet, chat. Title versus streak storyline. Again, you have to remember, the Undertaker lost his streak to the Control-R. Yeah, but that's still one loss out of 18 matches. That is still one loss out of 18 matches.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Can he make it? 18 and 1. Still, I mean, to be fair, yes, it is impressive that he's only lost once at Mania, and that's to the Control-R. And we all know what happened to him. Nothing. But listen, he's on Superstars. He's making big money. It's all good for him. New champion, The Undertaker. My point is, we need Shawn Michaels to finish the story. Dude, I feel like I'm picking up what you're putting down, but you save that for later. You save that for after the main event, okay? For now, I have to run an ad, and then when we come back, I have something to tell you. Something exciting to tell you that will happen at the end of this month.
It's break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
Squishy, stretchy, and transforms almost anything? Foam is fun you can feel. Roll it, mold it, or cover it. That's the way you Floam it. Look, now you can turn anything into a fabulous Floam creation. Transform this wooden fossil into a fierce Floam T-Rex. Turn this ordinary toy car into a Floaming fast dragster. Or change this plain dollhouse into a Floamtastic mansion. Floam sticks to almost anything. And when you're done, squish it back and start all over, or let it harden and keep it forever. Look, clay is messy and hard to start, but Floam turns fun into a work of art. Check it out. Tiny foam microbeads magically stick together and form to any shape you want. Now craft fancy Floam to wear, model creepy Floam critters, or build an erupting volcano of Floam. Plus, mix and match colors for any design you can imagine. Create a stylish jewelry case, or a funky Floam vase. Foam your pencils so they're cool, or show some spirit at school. Make costume masks, even Floam rainbow glass. Take Floam outside and the fun will go on. Floam your bike, a scooter, a skateboard, your shoes. With Floam in your hands, the fun never stops. Just ask anyone who Floams, from parents to tots. You get the complete Floam molding and modeling kit that includes one large tub of red, one of blue, and one of yellow. All 3 fun fluorescent colors, plus the Floam model making guide for just $19.95. And that's not all. Make the Floam call right now, and as a special bonus, we'll add a large tub of green to your order free. But hold on. For a limited time, when you order from TV, you'll get double-sized tubs of Floam in every color free. Double the Floam means double the fun for the same low price. And for even more Floam adventures, ask the operator about our Jumbo Family Fun Pack. Floam, it's fun you can feel. Call now.
You can call 1-800-852-2200 and order the complete Floam kit with 4 double-sized tubs and the model making guide for $19.95. Call 1-800-852-2200. Must be 18 or older.
Chad, as if you needed a reminder, my cats are very adorable. They're sitting over there and they're just play fighting at the moment. But they're being so cute about it. Look at my boys. Oh, one of them's coming over here. Henry. Hi, Henry. Guess I'm going back to work for you guys. I'm going back to work, guys. On Monday. That was not the announcement, by the way. I am going back to work, but that's not it. I did find a new job, though. So, you know, well, I didn't find it. I more so got transferred to a new position.
Back,
but, you know, that's neither here nor there. Anyways, welcome back to Raw. So, you may have been here at the beginning of the stream to hear me say this, but in case you weren't, you know, since we are over 4 hours past that point, I may as well tell you about something that I am very honored to be taking part in at the end of this month. and that would be courtesy of Gamers Outreach. It is Vtuber SummerSlam, not the wrestling SummerSlam. In general, it doesn't really have much to do with wrestling, but you know, we can make it about wrestling if that's what we so choose. But no, on June 22nd through the 27th, I will be taking part in Vtuber SummerSlam, a charity event organized by Gamers Outreach. All the money raised during the event will be going towards providing video games for kids in pediatric care. My portions of it will be going on, during the week, between June 22nd and 27th. I have a couple of goals or milestones already planned out for, like, if we hit certain dono goals, I will be unveiling some new costumes for this little guy over here, the GirafaMunculus.
Ara.
Oh, you should be going Ara, buddy, because I've got some very, very cool costumes for you, coming courtesy of my longtime friend, Lumi Celestine, who I'm actually going to shout out here while I have a moment here. Shout out Lumi Celestine. I'm pretty sure this is it. Yes, right there. I got it right. Go and follow Lumi Celestine. They are an incredible artist. They are one of my longtime friends since before VTubing, and she is going to be helping me out by creating the 4 custom costumes for the GirafaMunculus. They will be costumes of the Macho Man Randy Savage, Sting, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Joe Hendry. Say his name and he appears, I believe, in the homunculus. And we will unlock those costumes if we get to certain donation goals. I'm still kind of thinking about, what I think is realistic to reach, because, at the end of the day, I would like for us to unlock these. But, I'm going to be having those goals. I have a few donation incentives going on. Rather, I'm brainstorming right now, too. And all of that is going to be taking place between June 22nd and 27th. I've been wanting to be a part of this ever since 2024, ever since they invited me on for that year's iteration. But unfortunately, I was busy with job stuff. So this year, I had the distinct honor to finally take part in it. And I hope that you guys are coming along with me for that ride. Again, it is 22nd through the 27th of June. The start times, if I can help it, will be the same as they were before. But if they're not, I'll let you guys know. I will absolutely let you guys know if things are changing on that front. But yeah, we're going to be doing that at the end of the month, and I hope to see you all there for it. For now, let's get back to this. We have one more match here tonight, chat, and it's the one with probably the most stakes, honestly, because whoever wins this match, they may have to face the newest draft pick to Raw at the end of this night here. TODO Americano versus the ever enviable Batista. In a TLC match, honestly, if that one took 30 minutes, this might take 2, if I'm being honest with all of you. Because generally, that's kind of how it goes with these.
The following contest is a tables, ladders, and chairs match.
For the WWE title. Oh no, I know what's gonna happen.
Introducing the challenger from Washington, D.C., weighing 290 pounds.
That bitch TODO Americano. He doesn't show up for a whole month, and then suddenly when he finally decides to, he's just gonna friggin' run interference on his opponent. Yeah, exactly. Man. Okay, fine.
I'm ready for this. a second. What's going on here?
No sound, evidently. Well,
And if history's any indication, this TLC match should be nothing short of extraordinary. Set your DVRs. You won't want to miss a minute of this match.
oh my god, immediately a table on Batista. Immediately a TODO bomb through the table. Holy shit, I thought he was gonna suplex him through a second table. That would have been sick as fuck, dude. That would have been absolutely sick. Wait, maybe he might do it through this one. And he does it through a second one! Wait, hold on. Hold on, actually, no. No, that's not broken, that's only folded one way. But he's just having his way with Batista here. This feels like something they would do in real life. What, just squash Batista like this? Oh, but hold on, Batista's gonna be fucking going through this. Oh wait, hold on, Chad. I have something to tell you here. I did tell you at the beginning of the show that our interviewers would be catching up with old TODO Americano, and he said that if he loses the title tonight, then he will unmask right here at TLC. Smashing stuff and spamming finishers. Ah, okay, I get it. Well, yes, that would be something that happens. But TODO might be careful. He should be careful what he wishes for, because if anyone is up to the challenge of taking down a big strong man, it's Batista. Oh no. Oh! And now TODO Americano going through a table of his own. Oh, but he's right back up. They don't call him the Lucha Powerhouse for nothing. He's just tanking it. Ah! Right on the neck of Dave Batista. Dude. This is already gnarly as fuck. The match just started and it's already gnarly as hell. Fight forever. Wow. I have to say, TODO Americano needs to be more decisive if he wants to keep this belt. Because again, if anyone could take it from him, it is absolutely Batista.
Looks like he's having trouble staying in the ring. And he's going up.
Oh man.
I think he's got it. Does he have it?
Yeah, TODO Americano needs to be friggin' like... he needs to be a lot faster here.
He's got something evil on his mind.
Dude, what's he doing? Okay, just so... Oh! Gosh, no! On his tailbone, dude! On the tailbone of Batista! That may just neuter the animal right there. He is now fixed.
A sharp elbow drop.
My god. Already the carnage, dude. Ah! Right onto the freaking... Dude, right onto the freaking boards. Rather like the shards of the tail. That's gonna give you splinters at least. Oh no. Suplex onto... I don't even know what. Ow! Face planted onto the table, dude. I mean, that feels less effective than going through the ladder, but I understand why you wouldn't do that. You kind of need it. Wait, what's he gonna do here? Is he gonna do it again? on the table again. Dude, everything about this has been explosive. Everything about this match has just been explosive. Onto the rungs of the... onto the broken rungs of the table. What's that Vader bomb?
There are rage-filled eyes in the animal. Oh, these ladder matches are so dangerous.
And now, Dave is giving my TODO Americano a taste of his own medicine here. Oh my god! Dude, again, everything about this has just been explosive. From like the very first minute, it has just been absolute chaos in this match. Nothing about this has been soft. It's all just complete violence from start to finish.
Batista can bench press 500 pounds. Imagine a man with that much force doing any type of move to you. What's he doing?
Dude,
What's he doing with those steps?
TODO needs to get back up there if he wants to retain this belt.
Working again on bringing that championship down.
All right, hold on.
Oh, and he hits the kick.
And right back onto the freaking wooden wreckage of the table.
The ladder really
nice.
Batista has the headlock.
What's gonna happen now? And he gets laid out.
Dude, their tailbones are screaming in agony right now. Both of them. Both of these guys are screaming in pain right now.
And he lights up his chest with a shot.
Nice.
Batista squeezing down on him.
There we go.
What a counter.
Batista.
Okay, cool.
You have to wonder sometimes if Batista is overconfident. Dave does have that tendency. Oh,
Mm.
in a boot to the gut.
He's trying to set him up for the Batista bomb, but can he make it? He can! Batista bomb onto the... Oh! He clips the ladder with his arm. Both of these men are just taking everything they possibly can to each other. It's been insane. It's borderline frightening right here. Is borderline a very, as Michael Cole would say, frightening situation. But can TODO make his way back in this? Okay, meeting up the minds right there.
Batista into the headlock. What a punch! Batista controlling the head.
Okay, cool. Well,
You might think the strategy
nice.
with Batista is to stay away from the power of the animal. But the fact is, that's just not realistic. I mean, that's what Batista is all about.
Dude, just the head on the back of the steps now, too.
He drops the elbow.
Yeah, Batista's just being completely aggressive right now. In a very rare instance of the run-in just not doing anything, Batista has completely taken control of this match. Yeah, one more Batista bomb and TODO may have this lost.
And that one hurt his hand.
Look at the eyes of the animal.
Yeah, one more. Another Batista bomb. Oh, but the eye poke! He no-sells it! TODO Americano no-sells it, and the big German suplex.
Screaming in agony.
TODO Americano trying to nurse himself back to a place where he can maybe try and get back into this match. But it might be too late here. It might be too late for the Lucha Powerhouse right here. For like the past 5 minutes, he's basically done nothing but absorb punishment. And now, another Vader bomb. Now, and now busting out his signature TODO bomb. And Batista just comes down in a heap. What's he getting? Oh no. Just completely going after the legs of Batista now. I'm surprised neither of these men have made each other bleed. It's just been power shots. It's just been power moves and power shots from both of these guys. Right, meeting of the minds, Clash of Titans right here. So Americano bringing some of that amateur style into this match. Possibly a good idea now that we're this deep into it. Hold on. I'm surprised that didn't bust David open. David? I'm surprised it didn't bust Dave open. David.
Hello, Mario.
Ray Purvis, did you make Bruto? What the hell is going on here? Dude. Wait, hold on. Brady Purvis. First time chatter. Hello. I remember you from CinemaZ's chat. How you doing? What's going on here? You're looking at Batista versus TODO Americano for the WWE Championship right now. TODO Americano, definitely not Jack Swagger right now. And I think he's about to win this thing. Oh no. The final battle up here. I'm pretty sure whoever wins this... Oh. Wait. No. No. No! My God! The carnage! Their backs! Their backs are broken into at least 3 pieces after this match. Landing on the wreckage of the table from earlier and the steel steps.
Batista has the headlock.
God has forsaken both of these men. If there is a God, both of these men have been forsaken.
What's he up to here?
Dude. And TODO Americano was so close to winning that too. A 5-star classic in the making. I mean, this match has been fucking sick, honestly. I thought this was gonna take like 2 minutes because that's usually how these one-on-one like ladder-based matches go. But TODO Americano started with a run-in and Batista has fought his way back into this match. It is now as even as it gets, honestly. It's just, and now it's just 2 big men beating the absolute stuffing out of each other. The AI hitting a ladder finish into the stairs is insane. Dude, at least one of these guys is going to need to take the month off in order to sell this match. Which means that we probably won't see TODO Americano again for another month.
And the pain has to be shooting through his face. That'll do some damage.
Ah yes, classic 5-star bound in the making. I've been having fun watching this, so... And Batista just lands in a heap after a 3rd TODO bomb. That might be it, dude. That might be it right there. No. No! Ow! Dude, Batista might steal this! Batista might steal this! Hold on. And Toto Americano's got it. He's got it, brother. Yeah, yes, Brady. There's a lot of lore about this that is a bit hard to kind of decipher at the moment, but for this particular match, what you need to know is that we fired Jack Swagger after his reign of terror on SmackDown. And ever since he's been fired, we've been seeing a lot of this guy, Toto Americano, who fights like Jack Swagger. He has the same build as Jack Swagger, but I'm almost certain it's not Jack Swagger. Okay?
And again, he gets struck with that object.
Oh no. He may lose this right here.
High above the ring, hands back on the title. Is it coming down here?
Dude.
He's going back up.
Yeah, whoever wins this, like, test of strength here is going to win this match, I feel like. Yep.
He's so close to victory, he can taste it.
Dude! That was probably the highlight of Jack Swagger's career TV. Batista gets the belt back after only one defense. Establishing his dominance on on Raw. Establishing his dominance on Raw. It's Batista. The new two-time WWE champion, Batista. What a match, dude. That was actually fucking good. I think that's probably the best AI match that we've seen this entire time, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Like, that was a match that absolutely played into the strengths. It actually kind of had a story as well. Like, dude, that right there is like the 1 in 100 match that you could get out of this game, I feel like. One that's like legitimately, like, no qualms about it, entertaining. You know? But no, Toto's unmasking right here, chat. Unfortunately, I'm getting a call from backstage that Toto Americano has already left the building. So unfortunately, that was the El Grande Mask versus Mask match in SVR 11 AI form. Unfortunately, Toto Americano, ever the sore loser, has already left the building, and he will not be unmasking until the next stream. So tune in next week to find out the true identity of Toto Americano. But for now, chat, we are officially in the home stretch of this season of Universe Mode. We are in Royal Rumble season, which can only mean one thing. WrestleMania is right around the corner. And the Royal Rumble is coming up. My favorite time of the year, frankly. And with the kind of roster that we've assembled, only one can only imagine how will this year's Royal Rumble take shape. But not only that, chat, we have one more matter to address before we go off the air tonight. And that is the trades. So, at this stage in the game, right? Let's look at the rankings on SmackDown. Like, all of this is boring, right? I feel like that we need to freshen things up on SmackDown somewhat. We at least need, like, one big-time talent to make the jump. And you know, Infinite, you convinced me. Well, first off, we gotta build to it, right? Let's do this. Coming to Raw, it's CM Punk. Luke Gallows will stay on SmackDown to continue the mission of CM Punk over there. He trusts him with that, okay? They will still be a tag team, But for now, CM Punk needs to move on to another pasture. And that pasture is, of course, Monday Night Raw. Now, as for SmackDown, I think we need to have at least 2 guys make the jump, right? And they should be big time fucking picks. I'm thinking... Well, first off, chat, here's what I'm thinking, right? That was the El Grande mask versus mask match. Dude, it was. I'm very happy we got that. You almost never get a match like that in these games, and I'm glad we were able to get at least one in this run. I think we need to draft Jericho over there. Okay? Either Rey Mysterio or Chris Jericho. One of the two needs to go over there, okay? And I think Jericho is the one that goes. But not only that, we have one more pick that's going over there. And it is none other than the man with the biggest axe to grind with The Undertaker. The man, the myth, the legend, Shawn Michaels is going to SmackDown. SmackDown is Jericho. And with that, the main event scenes of both shows have been shaken up. Let's see here. Dude, look at that. Shawn Michaels, Sheamus, Edge, Randy Orton, Big Show, Chris Jericho. Jericho is probably already going to be inserted into, you know, either title scene, really. Honestly, I expected Jericho to be higher up on the totem pole. But, listen, I think that's a pretty good trade, all things considered. So yeah, there we go. A new challenger has risen on SmackDown that will hopefully shake up the main event scene a little bit. It is the Heartbreak Kid, one of the greatest of all time, Shawn Michaels, and Chris Jericho. Meanwhile, on Raw, it's CM Punk. Over here, hopefully going to greener pastures, as that lazy piece of shit, TODO Americano, prepares to come back and answer the question, who are you? Who are you and what have you done with Jack Swagger? We will answer that question next time, but for now, chat, thank you all very much for joining me tonight. This series has been a blast. I'm a little upset that we're coming up to the end, but we still got a few more weeks of this. Coming up next, we have the Royal Rumble. And then Elimination Chamber will come the week after that, and then finally, we will have the finale of Season 1 of GirafaStev's Universe Modes. WrestleMania. And then after that, we'll go to you know, the following game at some point in the future. But for now, I think it's about time that we find somebody to raid, chat. Here, have the Sonic Frontiers fishing vibe music. This was very fun, chat. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight. Let me find somebody to raid. Does anyone have any suggestions? Do you just kind of want me to figure it out? Also, dang it, remind me to, like, make predictions for these matches next time. It was nice talking to you, Stev. Absolutely. Come on. Brady, Brady, if you're a wrestling fan, you should absolutely come on over here often, because that's basically the majority of what I do. I do a lot of wrestling stuff over here, whether it be stuff like this, making a wrestling island in Tomodachi Life, or some other third thing that I'm struggling to think of right now, because I'm 5.5 hours in, over 5.5 hours in, and I would like to read out to somebody. So yeah, hold on just a second here. I need to. Yes, I would love to see you over here. Wait, oh my god, Adam Pacitti emotes. Wow, holy shit. Those are some deep cuts. I know that he doesn't really do wrestling stuff anymore, but it's still pretty base that he has those emotes. So damn. Let's go ahead and let's raid into my friend Snake Station. He is right now playing Voices of the Void, and you all should go and give him some Long Boy Club love. But before I send you over there, one more reminder for all of you that I will be taking part this year in Vtuber SummerSlam 2026, presented by Gamers Outreach, which is a foundation that is dedicated to helping kids in hospitals through the power of video games and other such entertainment. And we will be helping them out in this year's Vtuber SummerSlam through the power of wrestling games and wrestling games. All three of those. All three of those. Wrestling games and wrestling games. All three of those things. I will be taking part in it from June 22nd through the 27th. And I will be unveiling my stream, like incentives and goals here within the next couple of days once I get them finalized. So yeah, look forward to that. You can hear about them over on my socials right here, or in the Discord server, where we do semi-regular watch-alongs of wrestling shows. Right now, we're trying to do the Best of the Super Juniors 33. It's been very hard to do because it's just a lot, but I'm at least trying to find a time to pick up, where from where it is right now. For now, here's the raid message. Let's get ready to raid into Snake Station, and I will see all of you here soon, next week, once I figure out what my new job looks like. I'll see you all then. Bye.